you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can keep your radio by. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can keep your radio by. Open your heart
It is Sunday, the 2nd of June, 2024, and we've got more Illuminati. I thought we were done with this. I'd kind of forgotten about this. But yeah, she's back. She's back, and she's still a pain in the ass, right? So, this is Oz Media's new video that he released yesterday, talking about what he's been dealing with. And yeah, it's Illuminaughtii. It's still Illuminaughtii. She's disappeared from YouTube. She's disappeared from the internet. She seems to be gone, but she's gone, but she will not let herself be forgotten. And she's trying to exact vengeance in the way that she can, which is through legal means, through using her superior financial situation to punish those who she perceives as her enemies, and not even the people that really did like bring her down. Like when we talk about bringing Illuminaughtii down, in a large way, it was H Bomber Guy. In a large way, it was also Illuminaughtii, right? But who's gonna get punished for it? Let's see, Oz Media and somebody we haven't heard about, somebody who was a mod, like a mod for Illuminaughtii, right? Is that tweeted something out about some shitty thing that Blair tried to do in terms of claiming to have served him when it doesn't look like the papers went to like the wrong address, right? But that's what we're dealing with. She used to be on the leftist mafia. That's true. That's true. But yeah, we're dealing with this once again, and dealing with me being like super disorganized. Chat, I like spent so much time. The reason it took me so long to get on was that I wanted to do my hair, and then I wanted to find my armlets, which is funny because when I say armlet, it sounds like I'm saying omelet. Like I can't say the way that I pronounce armlet, it's almost identical to our omelet, right? So I'm just like going all around my room being like, where's the omelet? Where's the omelet? Right? And like, of course I can't find it. No, I found one armlet, but I couldn't find the other armlet. And so, I'm late. But anyway, I do have the story for you. And I think it's important that we go over it now, just because the hype around Illuminaughtii has faded away, but the harm around Illuminaughtii is like just getting worse, and it's still getting worse. And like Oz has got a proposition. Oz is going to make an offer by the end of this video. So stick around to see what that is. Stick around to see what his idea is about how to solve all of these problems, because Blair has a big problem that she can't actually solve using her legal team. There's nothing in the world that she could do at this point to get her reputation back. Her reputation is legitimately ruined, but if she feels like that she was wronged, well, I mean, Oz has some options for her. Oz has some options, and I think it's actually pretty immature after, or pretty mature. I'm immature. It's pretty mature after all that the former members of Sad Milk have been through, that Oz is willing to offer, some kind of a something that would solve some of Blair's problems as well, right? So good on Oz for that. How is everybody doing? I've also got a video for you coming out. Yeah, I don't have it open right now, but it's gonna be on Donald Trump. I've been able to put together a video that is like, that takes you through, in case you missed it, in case you mentioned, because it's kind of like a New Year's Eve sort of event, like Donald Trump getting not just indicted but convicted, right? Was kind of like a special event. And it's stretched over several streams for me. I think there's 3 streams where I've talked about Trump and the MAGA cope and all this stuff, and I kind of put it together all in one video, which I hope you like. It's a little bit like what Hassan does. If you've ever watched Hassan's content, some of his content will contain like different elements of different things, and I think that's like maybe a little bit better to watch, a little funner to watch, because you're not just like, I don't know, I guess I tend to like Just whatever the subject is, that's what it is. Tim Pool talking to Donald Trump. There you go. That's the video. And it sort of makes sense to put things together with other things. Here we go. Speaking of putting things together with other things, we need to put together the vote for today. I did everything wrong and they indicted me. Yeah, exactly. Does anybody remember the name of the YouTuber that's like a lawyer and that put together like all of the legal, that explains all the legal stuff going on with Illuminaughtii? Because I kind of wanted to put him on the board as far as what I'm offering for the second half, if we get there, right? If we can hit our sub goals and everything, and it's not Legal Eagle. Yeah, Legal Eagle is the one that Blair, the Blair essentially started this conflict with for no reason, right? Legal Eagle, if you don't remember, Legal Eagle hired new editors. They went to Blair. They went to Blair's Discord to maybe talk to her editors and be like, "Hey, look, this is my first day on the job. Can you help me out? You know that thing that you do? You know that thing that everybody does, where you highlight some text?" How do you do that? What's the best way? What do I need to use? Do I need to use After Effects? Like, how does that work? And also that paper tear thing, right? And Blair treated this like these were trade secrets. Oh my God, not Legal Eagle sending his editors over to steal my trade secrets. Nobody else can do a paper rip. Nobody else can do like a highlighter, right? They want to steal those secrets from us. Oh my God. Like she's somehow the victim for this. And it's literally just editors doing editor shit. Like they are in a industry, and sometimes you ask other people in that industry who do similar things, right? Blair's got her more than her share of those techniques, right? So Legal Eagle's new editor was kind of like, hey, can you help me out with this? I know this is like pretty basic, but how does it actually work? How do you do that? So it's super relatable. That's where it all started out with like this idea that Legal Eagle was somehow doing plagiarism for the fact that his editors were going to her editors for help, which should be like a compliment. It should be like, all that says is like, your channel's looking, professional, right? You're hitting industry standard, right? Which isn't that great of a compliment, but it's Madcaster. Thank you, Mono. Yeah, it's Madcaster. Madcaster. Let's add Madcaster to the mix here. Madcaster, legal. Illuminaughtii. I can't spell her name. What's up, Moose? So yeah, here we are again with more Illuminaughtii to cover. And Donald Duck quoting Pulp Fiction. I still wonder, like, when is Donald Duck gonna heal me? When is Donald Duck gonna give me a Keyblade, right? That's what I really need from you, Donald. NCC Industrial Complex has started, has it? There was at least one person that was, wait, what were they doing? I don't remember if they were doing, like, cuts of my videos, or, he considered her a sponsor. Her joining Leftist Mafia was Lance's doing. She would drop a ton of gifted subs on his Twitch channel. Yo, that reminds me of somebody I used to know. That, like, not that it's a bad thing, Chad. Obviously, streamers need subs. Streamers need funding. Like, right? Donations are greatly appreciated, and that's what I will call omelets from now on. Armlets. Yeah, I needed an omelet du from an armlet du fromage, but instead I got these gloves. There was hype since when? Well, you remember when Illuminaughtii was a hot story, and nobody's talked about it in a while. And it's kind of felt like so if you were watching Blair's channel, like you would have noticed that her views just kept on going down and down and down. She kept on trying to make out videos. She was trying to survive via the algorithm. She was trying to, kind of hope that she could delete enough bad comments and tire people out. Like people would stop like commenting, talking about what she did. And then eventually the algorithm would bring her new viewers that would replace the old viewers, and the new viewers would just be like, hey, cool video essay. Because they're kind of just, she just churns out content. Like what she was doing, I mean, they call it a content farm. I don't mean to put like a pejorative on that. It's just a very simple video about a topic that that people can do pretty quickly. And if you've watched her videos, you know that they're not great videos. It's not like Mooncat. It's not like H-Bomber Guy. It's not like inspiring. It's like, oh my God, I'm so glad I watched this Illuminaughtii video. It's like a subject that you're obviously interested in. You obviously know a little bit about, otherwise you wouldn't be watching it. And, if you want to see somebody rehash that subject really quickly, that's what Illuminaughtii did. And I mean, as far as that, like some people like that content, right? That's why it gets watched. So she thought she could just kind of get past it, and she never did. So eventually she stopped posting on that channel. That channel has gone. I mean, I guess we could check and see if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that channel has just gone dormant. That's the word for it. 1.22 million subs. That is down from 1.7 million subs. Before all this started, she's lost almost 500,000. Pretty impressive, Blair. There's the Illuminaughtii exposed video, but what do we have as far as new videos? 3 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, 4 months ago. Yeah, and she's just making her same content, same kind of thumbnails, same video editing techniques, and eventually, like 3 months ago, it stopped. Now, some people have hypothesized, right? And I think that this is a good hypothesis. I tend to buy into this hypothesis. The idea that Blair is probably somewhere else on YouTube. Maybe not as a voice, because her voice is pretty recognizable. Definitely her Rant Sona would need to change. But like, I mean, the stuff that she does is pretty, common on YouTube. And she's got a lot of experience kind of like managing a team. She basically was providing the voice, was what she, like her contribution, as far as I can tell, is mainly in terms of voicing the video, right? The Ransona, like somebody else did the research, she had a team to do that, right? She had so what she was good at was managing a team into a functional content farm, and just churning out sponsorships and ad money and stuff like that. So there's no reason to think that she couldn't do that somewhere else, particularly if she found other voice talent or even not, like, I don't know. I mean, just a voice, like, is she really going to get recognized? So a lot of people think that she's just kind of maybe she's still on YouTube somewhere. Maybe she had a backup channel. Who knows? Because like I said, this kind of content is pretty freaking common on YouTube. Although I gotta wonder about the niche, right? If you don't know, Blair's niche was in telling the stories of multi-level marketing. That's kind of where she got her start. That's what her main thing was about. Corporate Casket was one of her series, like, bad, evil practices of corporations. So she's exposing scam artists and bad faith actors. And then the irony and what made the takedown of Blair so so rough is that she was then revealed by others in her orbit to be, I don't want to make any legal claims here, but I'm talking about what other people found parallels, let's just say, between the scams that she exposed and the way that she operated her business, whether it be Illuminaughtii or her dealings with Sad Milk, right? She's exposing scumbags, and people um who knew her exposed her as a scumbag, allegedly. Allegedly. I'm gonna be really careful what I say today, because oh my god, like, look, she might not be around anymore, she might not be making videos, at least not as Illuminaughtii, but she is still very litigious, as we're about to find out, as we're about to see. But first, we got to figure out, what are we doing next? Wait, are we talking about Gokunaru? God, Gokunaru's like going down a dark rabbit hole. What are the other donor poll choices? I might need your help to fill those out. Is there anything that people want to see me cover? Because the idea of these donor polls is they're supposed to be somewhat user generated. Hey, what's up, Jonathan? Doesn't seem like much fun at all. Oh, because what's the deal with him? He's like not so Gokunaru, you know what? I don't know. Like, I mentioned Gokunaru and I immediately think, like, we've never watched the absolute annihilation of Sneeko yet. His magnum opus, his best video, which, really did provide a public service in terms of exposing the scummy sort of like self-help red pill bro Sneeko, right? But yeah, now lately he's been talking about what he's not gonna do, what he doesn't want to do. He doesn't want to pleasure himself, because I don't know, maybe that's too much dopamine. I don't know. He claims to have never pleasured himself before, which is an interesting claim. Look, I mean, maybe I could believe it, right? If somebody says that they have just always they've always had a sex partner, then maybe I believe you when you say that you've never, you've never worked on yourself, right? But yeah, that's a kind of strange claim coming from Gokunaru, and then the other thing is sort of like looking at content creators who are admittedly being kind of cringe and ridiculous, and hypothesizing that maybe it's because of their marijuana. Oh my god, I should probably say different words. Sebe de and say habits. Like, they've been armlets. I know, Donald, I need my armlets. Maybe I'll see if I can find my armlets. Anyway, he turned into her savior, attacking everyone she did, even called Wonder. Oh, are you talking about Oz? Yeah, Resonate. Yeah, so the whole story of Illuminaughtii is actually a little bit more complicated. We usually kind of summarize it, but yeah, if you're talking about Oz Media, he was, for a while, they were dating, and he sort of acted like her enforcer for a while. And one of the big, like, look, I mean, the funny thing is that, like, how hard she's going after the editor, considering that the person that really tied it all together was actually Oz Media. Now, Oz Media didn't get the most views of anybody. I mean, come on. If we're going to talk about views, like views that people gave to videos, watch hours, if you will, that people gave to videos, the greatest number is with it's got to be with it's got to be with the H Bomber guy. Oh no, sorry, you were talking about Lance. Sorry. Right? Okay, yeah, even called Wonder and other clout farmers, others clout farming sexist. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I used to be friends with Lance, and I don't really have anything like against the dude. I know he's been through a lot. I mean, he made a lot of decisions that I never would have made, that I don't think were good. But yeah. You can use AI voice changers? Oh, okay. So you're saying Soul Life's hypothesizing that maybe Blair is behind you're right. Yeah, there's a lot of AI channels. I wonder if YouTube will do something to try to quash those views, right? Because yeah, a lot of people are using, in fact, there's like a single like male voice that I feel like gets used on a lot. And it sounds like a real voice. It really does, unless you start recognizing it and you're like, no, that's not like one voice actor that's on a million different channels. That is an AI voice right there. Her insider knowledge helped her. This Nico video by Gokunaru should be up on the don't. Does anybody else want to watch that? I feel like I've offered Sneeko related content before, and people were really not interested in hearing more about Sneeko. 1 in chat if you're done with Sneeko. 2 in chat if you would be interested in seeing Gokunaru's magnum opus about Sneeko. I'm kind of thinking that maybe today might be the day for a deeper dive into Illuminautti's legal case through Madcaster. Okay, 1 means you're done. 2 means you want to see the Gokunaru video. Sorry for being boring. No, I just want your honest opinion. That's all. You don't ever have to apologize for having an opinion. Okay, there's a lot of ones. There's a lot of there's a lot of people that are maybe you've seen too much Sneeko, and I don't blame you. Like, look, I don't blame you, to be completely honest, if you've seen too much Illuminaughtii. Oh my god. Bad Empanada beat me to the punch. I mean, that's a short video, though. Oh, here we go. Okay. ContraPoints. How about ContraPoints? And not only ContraPoints with who, chat? With the RGR. What? What is ContraPoints doing with RGR? No, Natalie, no. What are you doing? But maybe you want to see that. Oh, and I was watching the Mooncat video earlier today. Like, I ended up rewatching the beginning of it, and I must have been tired or something, because that was really good. God, I love her. I'm sorry, that sounds parasocial. I don't mean I actually love her. I mean, I love her videos. I love her style. I love what she's able to do with a subject like that needs to be addressed. That's like, I've been bothered by the same shit, right? And the air of authority that the Evo Psych bros take, it's really harmful, because we have a crisis of trust right now. We have a crisis. One might even call it an epistemological crisis if one were given to using big words right now. Myself, I'm just a basic bitch, so I'll say it's a crisis of knowledge. What we have right now, as far as determining truth from lies, and that vacuum is being filled by some very disingenuous actors, right? In terms of all the red pill garbage that sometimes gets called red pill wisdom, it's being backed up by stuff like Evo Psych, which, ironically enough, considering how little faith that these bros have in, like, quote unquote, the soft science, like psychology, anthropology, sociology, they are like, wait, but you're not, science is with a petri dish and a test tube and spectroscopy and stuff like that, right? That's not science. Like, what are you talking? How? That's not science. Sociological theories, that's not science. And they forget that science is a method. Science is not the trappings of science. Science is not even necessarily physical. You can take scientific method and apply it to social questions, and there you get social science. But something about like as far as a field which is pure theory, which is, and I would say like theory combined with like ideology and a lot of like preconceived narratives sort of influence it, right? Evo psych is definitely what they should be looking at as far as being skeptical towards a something that casts itself as a science. We need at least one more thing though. I want to replace this unless people, is there anybody out there that's just really jonesing for the Libertarian Convention hot mic? Because I need to get this party started somehow. I had a much needed day off yesterday. And apparently I slept so late. I slept so long. Apparently I was like really tired and worn out and my voice was all raggedy, and that's why I actually took a day off. Okay, I've got an idea, chat. Pod save America. Bad TikTok. I almost put TikTok. No, it's TikTok. It's TikTok. It's not TikTok. Take. How about that? How about that? Lonerbox drama. Is there a Lonerbox drama video? What I know about Lonerbox is something, a story involving Destiny and a plan that they have to cross over into the West Bank to talk to a war criminal that Destiny fancies. We miss you, NC. You missed me? Aw, that's really sweet, Diamond Weight Loss. I've been streaming so much. Yeah, well, it's the whole thing where it's the end of the month. Like, basically the way that YouTube pays me is that I get paid like 3 to 4 weeks after the month is over, but it's by the month, so it's like the 1st to the 31st. So I just felt like I really had to grind those last few days, because these next months are gonna be the tough ones for me. I do feel like I'm getting into a place where I'm gonna be a lot more stable financially and otherwise, hopefully even have some time to take care of stuff that we haven't taken care of. We're going to be professionalizing the stream. Thanks to your generous donations, I've got a whole new sound system on its way. It's in the mail right now, and it's coming to me, a professional mic for Waluigi to sit on, along with a cloud lifter for plenty of clean gain. We've already crowdfunded the sound interface. And we've got new lighting coming too. So things are going to look better. Things are going to sound better. And I just want to upgrade my operation. I want to be able to put out some really quality stuff. And like, I appreciate greatly how much people have been donating to the throne, how much people have been supporting me through super chats, through memberships, through subs, and all the other stuff. We've got the new Patreon reloaded. Oh, by the way, the Discord for the new Patreon, Weasel Cord, or sorry, where are we gonna call it? Weasel Ranch? I'm calling it Weasel Ranch right now, but that might be a little too cute. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Like, I hope people get the joke that it's a joke about. Anyway, maybe it's not a good joke. Maybe we'll just call it Weasel Cord. We'll call it something to do with weasels, but it's almost ready. I've got the mods in there, and if you're a mod, message me or message another mod to get the invite to get into the Discord, because we're going to try to put all the mods in that Discord first. We're going to firm up their permissions so that they've got a mod zone that they can go to and talk to each other about moderation, because some questions you don't want to be like, chatting to each other, right? Sometimes you need to talk to other mods, like sort of behind the scenes. So that's the first, that is the first, oh my god, Resonate, thank you for the resubscribe on Twitch. Thank you for making those jellyfish sounds. I would love to watch anything Mooncat. Mooncat is so good. I need to watch more Mooncat. I think what it is it's like they're long videos, and so it kind of like it scares me away, but they're so good. Weasel Ranch Sarsaparilla. But she's also taken down the manosphere. Like, right, Mooncat takes down a lot of shitty stuff. Just like we're going to take down Illuminaughtii today. Wait, what did I say I was going to replace this? Pod Save with America, bad TikTok take. So yeah, Pod Save America is the podcast that I turn on. I am a fan, chat, but not for the reason that you might think. Is it for the takes? No, it's not for the takes. It's because there's something about Pod Save America that I can't stay awake while I'm listening to, and I notice this every time I've tried to like listen to what they have said on a certain issue. I fall asleep, and I'm like, well, that's useful when I want to fall asleep, when I need some sleep, right? Pod Save America. This time I listened to them to put myself to sleep, but I just, there was something didn't sit right. So after I woke up, I scrolled it back to the beginning, and they just had like this horrible take on TikTok. If you don't know, we're talking about several members of the Obama campaign team who have formed a podcast that's really popular with libs. And, I mean, like, they're not like, I don't want to paint them with, too broad a brush. They're not like the worst, most egregious libs out there, but they are libs. And from time to time, they have some really bad takes. And this one was just, it frustrates me. It really frustrates me. Like what I'm hearing out of the like Biden campaign camp, like their concerns are with TikTok, not with like maybe Biden's foreign policy. Like the things that they need to fix, they're so resistant to fix, and they just want to bitch about the kids on TikTok. So yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about middle-aged men, because they're not old men, but they're yelling at clouds, and that cloud is TikTok. They're blaming TikTok for Biden's misfortune, and I just it scares me. It scares me because even though these are like Obama campaign flacks, right? They talk to Biden campaign flacks. They are in communication, like they are in the same social circles. So the fact that you've got these people from Obama misdiagnosing the problem with the Biden campaign is indicative of the fact that the Biden campaign is still fighting all the wrong battles, and it's like, it's frustrating, it's scary, and like look, I'm gonna be doing a video about I've got a script written for a video on the Trump, the fallout of the Trump conviction, right? And like my take is basically that yeah, the conviction is a bad thing for Trump. Like I know a lot of people want to spin it a different way because they've been burned. They've seen Trump get indicted. They've seen and they've seen the opposite effect. They've seen Trump rise in the polls when he gets indicted, and so they're just like, yeah, more legal trouble for Trump. I guess he's going to win the election. I don't think that's true. I think this really does hurt him. However, I'm not counting him out. I would be a fool to count him out. And like, I mean, he's winning the fucking election right now, as far as we know. I mean, things might, change. And like, I do think that the conviction is going to, it's going to hurt him, but it doesn't mean that he's going to lose. There's so many other factors at work. And the biggest factor is just the absolute failure of the Democratic Party on a policy level and on a campaign level. It's really worrisome that the faction that has control of the left half of electoral politics in the United States of America is such a saturnine one, and is so hapless, right? It's really frustrating, and it's scary, and I think there's more to worry about than just like losing to Trump, right? Remember who Trump is, right? He's somebody that came in and took the Republican Party away from the Republicans. The Republicans had, essentially they had a carrot out in front of their voters, and they were like, oh, you want to ban immigration, right? Yeah, keep voting for us. Oh, you want to hurt this minority, you want to hurt that minority. And they were like, yeah. And the Republicans would sometimes like, oh, you want to ban abortion, right? Right. The Republicans were smart enough, I guess, to not give them the carrot because the carrot's very useful in motivating them to vote. Trump comes along, grabs the fishing pole, snaps the carrot off the end of it, and is like, this, you want this? And it feeds it to the Republican base. And it's like the easiest thing in the world to imagine that would happen. Like, right, you cultivate an anti-intellectual, anti-expert, anti-science base, and the person that comes along, to harvest that is gonna take it all, and they're not gonna have any interest in the Republicans that strung them along for years and years and years. So, yeah, the same thing that happened to the Republican Party can happen to the Democratic Party, right? And it'd be great if it was some like leftist that came along and was like, "Hey, this fucking isn't working," and by this I mean capitalism, right? And somehow things change from there. But more realistically, let's look at RFK, right? RFK ran in the Democratic primary for a while. He and then he started having takes like anti-Semitic takes, like weird COVID takes, like all kinds of like people started to figure out like okay, it's a Kennedy. People are interested. Oh, cool, a Kennedy. What's he about? He's about anti-vax and anti-Semitism, and people weren't interested in that. He's a bad candidate. All right, RFK is a. I don't know if I probably don't have to tell you this. RFK is not a compelling candidate, but he still had way too much of a chance. And what I'm worried about is like, imagine if somebody with takes as bad or worse as RFK's came along and they didn't have RFK's black hole of charisma and they didn't have RFK's like, mask off, like horror show, anti-vax and, racist, weird, takes, right? Imagine if somebody that was actually kind of a smooth operator, but like imagine like Anna Kasparian. Okay, I'm not necessarily her, but somebody like Anna Kasparian. You know how Anna Kasparian is like, yeah, I'm a progressive, but I just think that the way that we conceive of issues around gender, maybe we're giving a little too much to trans people. I feel like she's got some weird idea, like right. It's like she's a she's a progressive with an asterisk next to her. Somebody like that could absolutely win, and they could take the party away in the same way that Trump does. And then instead of having like two, I don't know. I mean, obviously the Democrats are reactionary in their own way, and nobody really needs to steal the party from them to make their foreign policy atrocious, to make their foreign policy grotesque, right? But what I'm trying to say is that it could get worse, and there's nobody like minding the store at the Democratic Party. So yeah. Anyway, that's what I want to talk about with Pod Save America. We've also got Mooncat, Rex, Evo Psych. We've also got Madcaster. If you want to get more in depth on the Illuminaughtii legal case, because Madcaster is a lawyer who talks about these things, and I haven't watched yet, so we could get into a little bit of Madcaster. We could do some Madcaster, and we got ContraPoints versus. No, I shouldn't say versus. It's not versus with RGR. Apparently, these two are old friends, and I just don't know. I don't know with ContraPoints, right? There was the Hillary thing. Like, look, I like ContraPoints. I feel like, especially early on, she did some really good work. I think there's videos of hers that probably need to be updated, right? That are poignant for the here and now, but that just haven't been updated and applied to the here and now. But yeah, it's concerning. It's concerning. Today is Mexico's election day. Where do we vote? That's a good question. Oh my God, that's a great question. Um, Here we go. Where do you vote? You vote here. So yeah, vote on what you want for the next content, and also remember, if you donate today, whether it's through super chats, whether it's through super stickers, whether it's through getting yourself a membership on YouTube, or passing on the weasels to other people with gifted memberships, whether you're donating on Throne, whether you're signing up for Patreon, whether you're donating on Twitch through subs and gift subs, or bits. Let me know what you want your money to go towards, and we'll also keep track of where the donos go, and you can possibly affect. Now I say possibly because, right, sometimes the numbers are the numbers, right? If the donos don't overcome the numbers, then the numbers don't change, and it's generally like one percentage per dollar. There's also an ability to vote for the sanctity of the poll and to maintain whatever selection that the masses choose, right? And that is Vox. You say Vox Populi. That's how you encourage the vote to count, and most of the time it does. Most of the time, whatever gets the most votes also wins overall. We have had a few times where people have come in and they've stolen the second half of the show, but we've also had some people come in donating to Vox Populi to stop the steal. So that's all possible. There we go. Let's see. What am I doing here? I am opening up a whole new front for voting on the short stream. RGR was that creator we watched like a week ago that had a lapel mic. Yeah, RGR. Oh my god, I don't even know where to start with RGR. RGR was a friend of mine and Demon Mama's back in the day, back when Demon Mama and I were friends. Believe it or not, we were friends for a while, right? We were both friends with RGR, and then one day RGR had a debate with Demon Mama that about something about like sort of trans issues, like a very particular like issue called gender self ID, right? Of like, and in this debate, Riley starts to go in sort of a transmedicalist direction, and it just blows up. It turned into a huge drama. Now I said that I was friends with Demon Mama. I mean, yeah, we did some content together, but I wasn't as close to Demon Mama as was. RGR's community and Demon Mama's community were essentially joined at the hip. In fact, I think they even had a Discord together. So it was a huge amount. It was huge drama. It was huge. It wasn't just two communities against each other, right? It was two communities which had been, had a massive like overlap, like, sort of splitting up, and over a pretty important fundamental issue of trans rights. And yeah, from that it just went downhill for RGR. RGR just got worse and worse. She did she did several attack pieces on me. She live tweeted watching a debate between myself and a drama streamer named Irrelevant, which was clickbaited to suggest that maybe I was endorsing blackface somewhere in the video. Now, if you know me, you know that that's not true, but the thumbnail really sold the idea, and RGR was excitedly watching this video to see the part where NCC is like, oh yeah, blackface, Rachel Dolezal, right? But it never happened, right? So like she deletes the thread. She just got more and more toxic. She got more and more nasty, and she went more and more mask off until she just could not continue content. She was just like, she was an embarrassment to everybody connected to her, including Destiny. So that's what happened with RGR. Wait, are there people canceling each other in chat? Okay, now I have to set up the poll for... I have to set up the poll for the shorts. Oh yeah, and as always, I've got Fallout New Vegas on there in case the gaming frogs want to make a play for an extra video game segment. But yeah, I've been edging you for entirely too long. Let's get down to business with this Illuminaughtii video.
Well, here we are. Round 2. Blair, if you or your lawyers are watching this, I implore you to at least watch the outro, preferably before June 7th. This is not the monstrosity of a documentary against Blair's actions. If anything, think of this as the prologue. We're here right now because Blair, owner of Pyramid Entertainment LLC, or better known as her public YouTube personality Illuminaughtii, is currently in the process of suing me, as well as other prior employees for defamation and other claims. This video, as well as its subsequent parts, will serve as a public record of exactly what is going on behind the scenes. Throughout these videos, I will actively be showing all and any evidence related to dismantling her claims against me, as well as the other parties she's involved in this misplaced legal crusade of hers. Seeing as I know this video will be heavily scrutinized by Blair's legal team, hi, and perhaps even shown in front of a court, also hi, I am fully willing to submit this video and its subsequent parts to the courts as further evidence, as I am willing to stand by these words, as I'm treating this as though I'm speaking under oath. I am also not stating this to add an air of authority to my words, as Blair's legal team has previously proposed. I want the truth known. And do so, I'm going to publicly dissect her oath. I am also not stating this.
Okay, so this is court material here. In a recently published video, the defendant, that being Oz Media, I guess, regarding plaintiff, that being Illuminaughtii, defendant stated, I want to get everything right. I need to get everything right. I need to ensure that everyone's stories are factual. See Oz Media, Let's Talk. Okay. Update on the Illuminaughtii drama. And there's the link. Second, a simple review of that video alone would persuade a reasonable viewer that defendant was asserting facts. On or about September 16th, 2023, defendant, Oz Media, released a video. So green is Oz Media. What is this, like eggshell or... God, what is this color? I know there's a better name for this color. Lavender, there we go. Lavender is Illuminaughtii. Defendant, Oz Media released a video called Let's Talk, an Illuminaughtii, update on Illuminaughtii drama. In this publication, defendant Oz Media speaks to how he believes that the video will be used in court in a courtroom and includes false allegations of theft and abuse.
To add an air of authority to my words, as Blair's legal team has previously proposed. I want the truth known. And to do so, I'm going to publicly dissect her claims within this lawsuit to...
Oh, also, Resonate, what do you want your $5 going to? You're the first donor, so you get to choose where I put that money.
Essentially lay bare my defense, as well as the defense for other parties involved. My section of the lawsuit will be covered in part 2, as I'm awaiting litigation privileges before I explore my portion of the lawsuit.
Mooncat, right?
Despite this, there is still plenty of information on the ongoings in this video. My lawyer is aware I'm doing this. These legal proceedings have been ongoing for the past 8 to 9 months at this point in time. If it wasn't for the assistance I received with the GoFundMe back in September, I would not have been able to mount a legal defense. Of the amount donated, GoFundMe takes a fee with each donation. This can be seen on screen here with this nice little chart breakdown they provide. At this point in time, which more information can be found as an update in the original GoFundMe, this lawsuit has cost over $40,000. I've been posting all of my legal invoices for full transparency, and more will be posted soon. The redacted information within them is information subject to attorney.
$5 goes to
Mooncat. Out my current legal strategy. This would be foolish to allow Blair's legal team access. This is why the redactions are as heavy as they are, as they include itemized lists of my lawyer's actions throughout the case's initial proceedings. Despite how much has been spent so far, the legal proceedings are still in the beginning phases. Blair's lawsuit, in my opinion, relies on the misconstruing of facts and utilizes a personally curated timeline, which she has constructed in order to gain the bare minimum standards of having this case proceed. Because I'm exhausted with the, in my opinion, legal shenanigans Blair is currently pulling, this video exists. We will be delving into that timeline and gutting it point by point, as both her lawyers and judge seem to be fully unaware that I am not the real cause of her pain and misery. Blair is. Blair's actions are the reason we are here, and I'll be demonstrating that shortly with a detailed timeline of events before we move into the dissection of her claims. If you would like a full breakdown of every court filing to date, I would recommend YouTuber Mad Caster. For now, I'll be focusing on what's current and minimizing the 100+ pages of legal proceedings down to only what's necessary over the next 2 parts. For the next proceedings, I'll be launching a new GoFundMe because I have nearly exhausted the prior amounts donated. All donations will be used to defend all parties in opposition to Blair, not just myself. All future legal invoices will be posted as they come, from all parties who are in need of the funding. My goal
Oh yeah, I forgot about his cats.
with these uploads, assuming Blair
Madcaster's got cats, so if anybody's partial to cats, that might be where you put your money for today. If you want to see, Madcaster always does this video with his cats.
does not take my offer, is to not only lay my defense bare for all legal parties to see, but for the online community as a whole. I intend to provide ample documentation to justify to all of you why another round of crowdfunding is being posted. This isn't just for myself anymore. This is also to defend employees that Blair is bringing legal action against as well. If Blair does accept my offer within the outro, I will be refunding the new GoFundMe once all terms are met and the lawsuit is officially over, court filings and all. If you're curious as to why I'm even offering Blair a potential settlement in the outro, that will be explained there, as there are numerous factors in my personal life that I've recently had to heavily consider and prioritize minimizing or even removing causes of stress. That being said, I have no issue, hesitations, or fears in connection to proceeding with this lawsuit. I am confident in the direction things are going, and I just want to offer a path to end this before we're stuck in this for years on end. This will be further explored in the outro. As stated in my September update video, Blair and I dated, just in case this context is missing. It was never my goal to make any of this about relationship drama. However, despite the actual timeline of events which have occurred, Blair is trying to paint her entire downfall on YouTube as being nothing more than my actions towards her as a jealous ex. I'm not jealous towards your current partner, Blair, only sympathetic. I encourage all of you to fact check this timeline as I go. I'm being both as detailed and as quick as I can here because, again, Blair, in my opinion, is actively obfuscating the timeline in her lawsuit in an attempt to paint herself as a victim who did nothing to deserve the scrutiny delivered onto her. On April 20th, 2023, the story begins with a tweet produced by Blair which attacked Legal Eagle for copying her style. Legal Eagle would quickly retort, explaining he had been using these standard practice editing styles, which included standard documentarian effects such as the classic skeuomorphism torn paper effect, as well as the simple action of highlighting text, which all can easily be found as stock templates online. In this Twitter thread, Blair had also levied accusations against members of Legal Eagle's team as proof of this copying, by showing an editor of Legal Eagle asking for help with how a certain effect is achieved. This is standard practice amongst YouTubers and editors. Blair responded to Legal Eagle by deleting these accusations and did not provide a public apology or any form of public justification for her actions. This further stirred the pot and made people ask questions. This same day, April 20th, H-Bomber Guy would post a tweet publicly displaying an example of Blair copying a documentary herself, although he used the word plagiarism. At the time, I found it incredibly telling that H-Bomber Guy had such a specific clipped comparison ready to go that same day, with an exact video. I do wonder if Blair had the same realization that I did, that the only way Harris would have a clip like this is if something major was in the works. Foreshadowing is a literal. On April 23rd, 3 days later, we would see Click post his Twitter thread. I emphasize the 3 days portion.
Look, you gotta love like the. I think that Oz Media really wanted to get this out. That's either a mistake in editing or maybe sometimes if you try to use YouTube editor to fix something, sometimes it leaves like some rough edges. So I mean that just shows you how this was put out with a desire to get it out in a certain time frame, right? This is potentially pretty important, pretty time sensitive.
Because at this point, Blair was still yet to address the legal eagle scenario, pushing Click, a former collaborator of hers, to publicly distance himself from her to avoid the flack that her actions had been causing for any and all who were at any point associated with her. This is not an accusation. I am just stating the unforeseen cause and effect of Blair's documented actions. This same night, from a bathtub apparently, Wonderstruck, now known as Hi I'm Wonder, would post his Twitter thread detailing his prior dealings with Blair, as well as the harm that he felt he suffered when close to her. I was unaware that Wonder was going to make this tweet. He and I normally aren't on voice call when he's in the tub. This will be important later when we move into the details of the lawsuit, as Blair claims Wonder and I had essentially masterminded her downfall. I didn't know about the thread until I received a now deleted DM from Blair, asking me what she should do, followed by several missed calls from her. I wish I had a record of this Discord DM, but by the next morning, this DM would be deleted. Because Blair did not publicly provide a reason or explanation towards her actions, and with the emergence of H-Bomber-Guy, Click, and Wonderstruck's threads, it left Twitter frenzied for answers. Those who were familiar with my connections to Blair, as it was public knowledge we were roommates, would begin to DM me or brigade my livestream chats with questions on the situation. Questions such as if I still supported Blair and if I could provide a reason or explanation for her actions. It was because of users constantly asking me to answer on behalf of Blair, as well as my past colleagues, finally speaking out, that I broke my silence and posted my thread. A thread where I took accountability for my actions in support of Blair and defended the credibility of my colleagues. I posted my Twitter thread April 24th, 2023 at roughly 4 a.m. my time. That same morning, I had this text message interaction with Blair. Please note, it is only because of the current trajectory of this lawsuit, with myself awaiting litigation privileges on these matters, that I am no longer leaving my information redacted, as I had previously intended to do so now 1 year ago. Blair, Monday, April 24th at 8:24 a.m. So I just saw your tweets, and now I understand why when I called you, you didn't answer. I'm going to take some time to formulate my thoughts, but ultimately, Oz, I hope you really do find your happiness in life. I hope you find your peace, your satisfaction, your perfect black cat, all of that. I'm not sure what you want from an outcome in this situation, but I guess I'll have to figure that out later. Blair, I just want you to realize you've caused pain. You've caused me pain. I don't care about the drama. I just want you to realize how much you've hurt me. I've been doing my best to hold everything in, for years now at this point. If you actually did read my thread, you would know what I want. Peace. I just want to be free. I just want to be able to breathe. I have read that you want peace. I thought we were doing better. I wish it could have been something we talked about on our own time instead of dogpiling. I'm left more confused than anything. Well, I assume you don't want to talk anymore. All I ever wanted was for you to realize you hurt me. Not just in the relationship, I do not care about that. You hurt me as a person to my very core. At some point, Blair, you need to see the pattern. Well, Oz, I cared about the relationship too. I cared about all of it. You hurt me as a person too, and ripped everything wide open today. And if doing this all to me helps you feel better, then that's okay. I'll take it. I'm sorry, Oz. I hope this helps you find your peace. Except you aren't. You're going to continue to drag my name through the mud. You're going to continue to be who you are. And that's okay. I just hope that you stop painting people as your weekly villain. It's your biggest flaw and it's always gotten you in the most trouble. It's what caused the most harm. Blair, I'm sorry I ripped everything wide open, but I never had the chance to heal. I never had the chance to feel peace. Instead, I went to therapy and have a PTSD diagnosis. Instead, I gave myself chemical burns because I was too scared to say no. I'm afraid of you, Blair. I'm getting a second opinion on the PTSD. I don't want it to be true and I don't trust Talkspace to that extent. What the hell are you talking about with chemical burns? And this purple portion here is Blair airing her mental health. I'm leaving this censored. I don't want to drag your name in the mud, which is why I'm going to you instead of Twitter or whatever. I would go to an actual doctor. Colorado is tightening down on telemedicine stuff, FYI. I'm working on it. Thanks for the heads up. I would rather talk to you in a phone call, in person, whatever. I would rather try to work on things and work out things over, I don't know, whatever else the other options are. I don't want either of us hurting. I know there is no band-aid solution, but I know talking helps. Just for some context, why I didn't take this is because Blair does have a habit of recording conversations. This is evident with the Madison situation from Cruel Happy Mind. I was fearful she
So that's one thing that we haven't dug into, right? The Cruel World, Happy Mind allegations. This isn't Blair's first rodeo as far as internet drama has gone, and yeah, there was some stuff with Cruel World, Happy Mind. I didn't realize that there was a recorded phone call, but I've definitely dealt with people like this, right? Even people that will make recordings in possible violation of dual party consent laws, and just count on the fact that nobody's gonna take them to court over it, right? And in general, the thing that they'll use it for is not to have a record, right? It's understandable if somebody wants to have a record of communications in case there's any discrepancy, and somebody tries to lie about the nature of that communication, for them to be like, oh, here it is, here's the full thing, right? But more likely than not, what's going to happen is it's going to be cherry picked because the person making the recording has that luxury, and generally, like with Blair, it's the person that's trying to practice some sort of obfuscation that is more likely to be right. Most of us don't think of that, right? Especially if you're not in the world of content creation, where the stakes get raised like this.
You would take my words out of context,
or you're naive and you're just finding out
to suit her narrative. I need time. I need to see a real therapist first. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry you're hurting as well. I really am, but I need to start putting my needs first. I will put my needs first too. Good luck out there. Take care, please. Can't guarantee that, but I will be alive. Just so we're clear, that was a joke. Probably a bad one, but a joke. And I'll have the officer remove the bolo off of your house too. I guess I'll be heading down then. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have it in my name.
Oh my god, what does bolo stand for? I think I know what this is. You're talking about like a communication with law enforcement that sometimes public figures will do to let law enforcement know that they are public figures in case of things like swatting, like what Cuffles experienced.
Either. Just show them any verifiable threats and they'll do it. And this was the last time I spoke to Blair. For additional context, the bolo in question, as Blair described it, was essentially swatting protection. It was a way that if someone were to attempt to swat my home, the officer in question would then look up my address and see that I am a public figure and give me a call before showing up to my door in SWAT gear. Blair removed this protection when I spoke out against her, or at least she claims. I don't know if this actually exists or not. But to me, in my eyes, on this day, after I had spoken out against Blair removed protections that I would have against swatting. Protections which she did in fact put in place, but had also explained to me what the purpose of them were. There is a lot to unpack here. However, these messages are important as I believe they help demonstrate why I have come to the conclusions I have on her motives. It is worth noting, I am the one who asked for space. I am the one who wanted nothing to do with her. She is the one who apologized and desperately sought out a rapid solution to remove my words from the internet. I finally said no. This same day, April 24th, One Topic would post his thread in opposition to Blair. April 28th, Blair would upload her video, Illuminaughtii Exposed, which served as a direct response to her detractors. Blair had taken drama off of Twitter with minimal viewership and plastered it before her large audience for the world to see. In this video, she finally showed that she did in fact apologize to Legal Eagle. In private. If this was made public, I believe we would not be here right now, as myself and others would not have received questions and pressure from viewers to make a statement. In this video, which is still public, Blair attempted to address the Twitter threads from both Click and Wonder. In doing so, she also used this opportunity to leverage several accusations against them, accusations which she, as it appears based on her actions, had been holding on for nearly 3 years to use at her convenience for an exact moment like this. In my opinion, Based on what we see from these events, either Blair knew her evidence was a misrepresentation of facts and only worth sharing as a Hail Mary attempt to destroy someone's reputation, or she willingly held evidence of minors being harmed within Click's server and only reported on it 3 years later when it benefited her. I cannot fathom any other reason for the events transpiring the way that they have. In fact, back in 2020, by the way she spoke within her messages, Blair seemed very eager to find an opportunity to destroy Click with this exact evidence. Or, to use her words from 2020, nah, I'm not gonna attack Click unless it becomes public gossip or a drama channel picks it up. Then I will nuke him. In this response video, Blair accused Click of some fairly horrendous things, which he did address in full within his own response video. Now, this is a retelling of well-documented public events which transpired publicly. None of this is new information. Blair also had a chapter dedicated to Wonder where she plastered his mental health for the world to see. Wonder is a former employee of Blair's, meaning that Blair had exposed private and sensitive information, also known as PII, which included conversations she had with his therapist, for her entire audience of, at the time, roughly 1.7 million subscribers. Blair also accused Wonder of mistreatment of his dog, as well as other false accusations that Wonder was forced to address. There is, of course, the infamous 3-minute section dedicated to me where Blair is in tears. I have my own opinion on these tears, but I plan to tackle this at a different time, as it serves no purpose here beyond pointing out that, in my opinion, Blair is attempting to leverage private details for public pity, which some people did in fact take at face value, and demanded I apologize to Blair on various platforms. This section's cumbersome wording is very particular to the legal side of things that will make sense when looking at her, in my opinion, legal hypocrisy. She played in the mud just as much as everyone else did. I cannot emphasize enough that Blair had taken Click and Wonder's Twitter complaints and negative experiences of her past behavior, complaints made publicly as reasoning for their discontinued association with her after her public folly with Legal Eagle, and would then post a response video where she herself levied accusations against other content creators, which warranted a response to defend themselves against her claims. I understand that to a vast majority of you, this is obvious, but Blair attempts to paint her video as an attempt to de-escalate matters within the original filings of the lawsuit. Ironically, this factual allegation was later mysteriously removed in future amended versions of her legal complaint. 34. Regarding the false accusations listed above, Blair made one public post, attempting to debunk the misinformation. She has not publicly addressed the situation further in an attempt to de-escalate it. While I have my theories on why this was removed, the exact details are unknown. In her current complaint, there is currently no reference to her ever uploading this video or any of the public comments she's made, making it appear as though she never played in the mud, and her criticisms came from nowhere. Here's a quick search in the second amended complaint to demonstrate this. This document will be on full display in future chapters within Part 2. More on this, of course, when we reach the legal debunking. Sorry to edge you all on like this with this tease, but my point here is that Blair's story has already had numerous revisions, and she sees her video as an attempt at de-escalation. If you recall, among the many other accusations she levies, Blair accused YouTuber The Click of harboring pedophiles in his Discord server. In what world this is a de-escalation? I cannot say. Now, of course, I do believe that Blair is entitled to speak publicly on her personal retelling of events. However, I personally find it to be brash, hypocritical, and even monstrous to then sue those who argue against said retelling of events. Something rocks in glass houses. Following Blair's April 20th video, this would of course follow with a twit longer drafted by Wonder, posted April 29th, in a rapid attempt to defend himself from the multitude of new allegations that Blair had dropped on his doorstep. May 2nd, Click would upload his response, detailing his experiences with Sad Milk as well as what he had personally gone through. Near the end of this video, Documentation is shown from an individual who was previously anonymous, which helped provide Click with supporting evidence to bolster his claims as well as to dismantle the many accusations thrown forward by Blair. This individual is now being sued by Blair. His online handle is Felix the Kit Kat. He was a former Discord moderator, later turned manager at Pyramid Entertainment LLC. We will be diving into his portion of the lawsuit later in this video, in dismantling the claims Blair has set forth within her lawsuit. It is of my opinion that Felix has been included for retaliatory reasons, as with him being a former employee, Blair had access to his home address and thus the means to serve him with legal papers. Felix is among the individuals who the new GoFundMe will be aiding. May 11th would be the date that—
Okay, so this is just to clear up, like, if you were watching in September, Oz Media put out a video talking about his house potentially being, oh my god, what is the word for it? When somebody like takes your house? Essentially Oz Media owed Blair money, and it was in a contract, right? They're dating at the time. There's some kind of contract between them, and essentially the house that Oz is living in, became. Why am I blanking on this very simple procedure where somebody takes your house? Foreclosure. Yeah, thank you. It was a foreclosure. Yeah, essentially, yeah, that was the remedy, essentially, was that if he wasn't on time with his payments, that she could foreclose on, the house that he lived at. So he was very realistically looking at, being out of a place to live. So he made that video, and then he did a live stream, and luckily people were really generous and supported him in that live stream, and he was able to get himself out of that trouble. He was able to, pay the money to Blair to keep the keep the house, and so this is a second GoFundMe, and it's specifically for legal funds, because it sounds like Oz is getting sued. It sounds like Felix. I don't know if we've mentioned Felix yet, but this is the mod of Illuminaughtii that I was talking about, that just made a simple tweet about the way that they were served papers, and essentially became a target of Blair's legal team, and potentially Wonderstruck as well. So the fund that Oz Media is opening up is gonna it's going to be for, whoever Blair is ends up, pursuing a full-on legal action against.
That Wonder would release his video, an hour-and-a-half-long rebuke of the claims Blair had laid out against him, some of which include refuting the alleged mistreatment of his dog, James, as well as being forced to out elements of his mental health. Wonder was forced to relive his trauma in front of the world because Blair, in my opinion, either recklessly and carelessly or purposefully and meticulously included them, as attempts to attack his character and credibility to lower the needed public standard of evidence so she could pin him as being a mentally unstable ingrate who mistreats his dog. I also made cameo interviews in this video where I spoke on what I witnessed during the time that Wonder was living with Blair and I, giving third-party account to some of the personal stories that Blair made public. My words in this video were in response to Blair's public comments. I will add that as of this video's production, Wonder has not been served by the courts and is currently on the table for dismissal. If he does get served, the GoFundMe will be at his disposal for legal fees as well. This then leads to Blair's infamous posts made to her YouTube community tab and Twitter on May 26th, speaking on how she intends to clear the false allegations that have surfaced against her. Let's actually take a peek at this real quick. Hey everyone, I'm fully aware of the recent false allegations that have surfaced. I want to take a moment to publicly state that I am taking these allegations seriously and am committed to rectifying this situation promptly and appropriately. I understand the concerns and potential impact that these false allegations have caused. My team and I are actively working behind the scenes to gather all relevant facts. I am committed to transparency and accountability throughout this process. Rest assured that I am taking decisive
Yo, oh my god, sorry chat.
I will provide updates and communicate any necessary actions as soon as possible. Thank you to those of you who are standing by me during this challenging time. I will not allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice. I appreciate
Yeah, I didn't realize that we were freezing.
your patience and understanding
The screen froze for a second there.
during this challenging time. I am dedicated to upholding my channel's values and delivering on our commitments. I am confident that the truth will prevail. Sincerely, Blair Zahn. I would like to note that Blair has been publicly silent on her platform for an entire year on this matter. Blair claimed that false allegations were being weaponized to silence her voice, but she has, in my opinion, been weaponizing the legal system to silence further criticism of her actions. I too, Blair, am confident the truth will prevail, which is why I'm actually breaking my silence, because I'm exhausted with playing the game your way. This would follow with the very next day, Blair sending out cease and desist to first Wonder and then later myself roughly 1 week later, June 5th. At this point, and up until September of 2023, I would have only made a single Twitter thread, as well as possibly...
So, cease and desist is essentially the legal equivalent of a warning shot, right? It is what somebody is served with when the person serving it is essentially announcing their intentions to pursue further legal actions. So technically speaking, a cease and desist is kind of a strongly worded letter from your attorney, right? But it's a way for somebody to say, hey, I like warned this person. I'm not just like, throwing legal action at this person. I served them with a cease and desist. So no, a warning shot, does that mean somebody's going to shoot at you? Not necessarily. Somebody might be bluffing. I've had, people try to I don't know if I've been served with a CND or anything like that, but like I have, I've definitely had warning shots, shot in my direction that didn't end up indicating any actual legal, proceedings that were really going to go on in order to just get me to back off of my criticism of different members of the Vosh network. But it can also, in Blair's case, it does look like she's got the means and she has got the desire to use the legal system to go after people that are calling her out.
5 minutes of cameo time in Wonder's video discussing matters which Blair had previously made public. Between the two cease and desists, we would see One Topic release a video discussing his experiences with Sad Milk on June 2nd. His video was made for his audience and acted as more of an open form of communication with those who had questions. It wasn't chock full of screenshots, and he really had nothing to prove. We would then see the release of Swoop's video June 6th, which I was barely even mentioned in. This will be important for the second part. In the following week...
So the X that, I think the X that Swoop was talking about was somebody other than Oz Media. Oh my god, does anyone remember their name? Their avatar in their Ransona has like horns on it. That's like literally all I remember about them. But yeah, I think that's who Swoop was talking about. They came out and, yeah, it was somebody else. I can't remember their name though.
Specifically June 14th, 2023 at 9:03 a.m., which I would also like to add that these were denied by the court, which is why I had never heard of them until very recently. 2 civil protection orders against myself as well as Wonder were filed by Blair. Blair cites general harassment that she had received as grounds for her civil protection against Wonder. Now, I would like to firmly state that if you've ever sent a threat of any kind to Blair, go fuck yourself. I don't want you in my audience or even remotely associated with me. You're selfish and only stroking your own ego, while simultaneously hurting everyone involved. But with that being said, I do want to briefly talk about a few details in the CPO ordered against me, which, again, was denied, where Blair accuses me of beating her dog, Casper. I deeply cared for him, and I find this accusation thrown into a CPO for sympathy from the judge to be revolting. I also, in my personal opinion, believe that this is further evidence of Blair twisting and manipulating facts, or in some cases, just outright lying. How fucking dare you accuse me of beating Casper after everything I did for you and him, which, in your own video, Blair, you said it yourself, how much help I provided with Casper. There is more squabble.
Yeah, it's really strange because at the end of Blair's video, now we're talking about Illuminaughtii Exposed was the name of Blair's video. The idea of the video was to sort of capture some of the hype that the videos on Blair were getting. This was right at the time when people were talking about people in the commentary community and the drama community were starting to talk about the Illuminaughtii situation in videos right? So Illuminaughtii makes a video that's got, you know, a picture of her Ransona. It says Illuminaughtii exposed, right? The idea being that it's going to appeal to the same kind of people that are clicking on those videos, but this is Blair, you know, putting it all to bed, at least in her mind. And this is really what blew the whole situation up, right? Up until then, it was just a situation of, you know, something shitty that she had done to Legal Eagle and his team in public. And, you know, some co-workers of hers from Sad Milk that didn't like how they were treated. That was the only thing that was going on. If I remember correctly, right, her views hadn't started to go down yet. And it was really like, if you want to, like, my thought, my perspective, my opinion is that it was that video by Blair that really caused her downfall. Like, I still think that, you know, had she done something other than use the second half of the video, you know, to attack her her former friends, I think that, like, she would still be a player in the world of content mill content, like whatever you want to call that kind of format, the sort of low effort video essay format that she was, you know, so in a way pioneering. I think she'd still be there. I think that she would. She hadn't seen, to my knowledge, that substantial of a loss of subs up until that point. But, you know, at this point, it's kind of like she puts Click, Oz Media, one topic at a time, Wonderstruck Guy, and is there anybody I'm forgetting? She puts them in a place where, you know, they're being attacked, right? Click was attacked as being this, like, sort of, like, you know, edgelord, you know, right-wing, like, douchebag. Oz actually, that's the funny thing though, is that in that video, yeah, she was nicer. She was more not conciliatory, but she was her comment towards Oz was essentially that she still cared about him and she still wished the best for him. And you know, it was her and she, like, kind of teared up, right? You know, like she was like, it seemed like an attempt on her part to sort of separate Oz out and be like, the rest of these fuckers, you know, go fuck yourself. Like, Wonderstruck is a nightmare, Click is a shitlord, you know, but Oz, like, I still care about you. I still hope that you're doing okay. And Oz realized, I think at this time, what a position that he'd been put in, and that as acting as he used to, as kind of both like Blair's enforcer with the other Sad Milk people, and to a certain extent, her way of communicating with people that she had sort of, you know, alienated. Remember, one topic at a time dropped out of talking to Blair in the midst of a Discord call where, you know, Blair starts to yell and, you know, OT, one topic just is like, that's it, that's enough, right? So I think Oz was the person that was forced to sort of be the go-between and thereby, you know, to sort of give the terms that Blair's, like, offering these people, which weren't great terms. And I think it was at that point that Oz realized that he was being dragged along into something that he didn't think was right. And that's really what, you know, changed the situation.
Listed within these denied CPOs that are just not worth entertaining at this moment. But if you do have more questions on these, I would like to refer you to Vangelina Skov, as she was able to cover these in full before their removal by the original leaker. Moving on.
It was her trying to meat hook Oz back into emotional abuse. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to portray this as like a kind thing from Illuminaughtii.
My personal emotions, the terms of both,
and obviously that's not how, you know, he interpreted it either. He realized that at some point he realized he was being used.
CPOs are this: Petitioner requests that this court order to delete all posts X has made to social media since April 23, 2023, pertaining to Sadmilk, Petitioner, or her social media platforms. Refrain from posting about Petitioner or her social media content on any of his social media accounts or on the social media accounts of others. Refrain from.
Okay, so these are her terms, right?
Any of Petitioner's social.
Like, these are essentially like, I want you to take down your posts. I want you to not talk about me ever again. Right, these are like Blair's terms, right? She seems to be trying to leverage the legal system to get rid of what she perceives as having, harmed her reputation, and that thereby she can just go back to, I don't know if she really thinks that. She can't think that she's gonna just go back to where she was before, but it does seem like implicit in these terms are silence on the part of the people from Sadmilk that have spoken out.
Social media accounts, refrain from interacting in any way with Petitioner's social media posts, refrain from encouraging any third party to post in the comments section of Petitioner's social media accounts, or reposting any of Petitioner's original content for any purpose, refrain from making any videos or media posts about Petitioner. This, in my opinion, was an attempt at a gag order to prevent all future posting on Blair, specifically, in my opinion, to lay the groundwork for her to begin her lawsuit unopposed with no worry of public retaliation, as well as to prevent any and all future responses from being posted. It is my opinion that Blair had the motives to silence the critics so she could begin her attempt at rewriting the public narrative, the one we will see shortly within the lawsuit. The timeline becomes quiet until July 26, 2023, where we would see 2 new videos posted about Blair, with their own original stories to tell, one from Cruel World Happy Mind as well as Savannah Marie. Cruel World Happy Mind would detail her alleged experiences with Blair, and how, according to Cruel World Happy Mind, while pregnant, she fell subject to a harassment campaign from Blair, and how Blair, in her eyes, actively weaponized a potential loss of pregnancy from how sick the stress made her to silence Madison from Cruel World Happy Mind. Savannah Marie levies accusations of plagiarism, the second person to make this accusation against Blair. Now, this is where my September video partially begins to come into play. Unfortunately, due to the slow crawl of legal processors, I would only be aware of half of Blair's actions at this time. On August 26th,
Slow crawl of legal processors. Anybody want to take a stab at explaining that for me? The slow crawl of legal processors? Let me check and see how our poll is going right now. Looks like ContraPoint's RGR video. ContraPoint's talking to RGR is winning on the regular stream and on the short stream. And pretty definitively, PodSafe America, Bad TikTok Take is coming in at second and second. Okay, so that's pretty clear cut. Now, the one thing that's not super clear cut is if we're going to get to the second half or not, because it doesn't. I'm not entirely sure we're going to hit the dono goals today, but I will always use this to as input as far as what you're interested in. So don't be surprised if something that does well in a poll on stream ends up informing the content that I do in the future.
2nd, 2023.
Or even just ends up in a poll again.
Blair began the official proceedings to put my home into foreclosure.
Okay, so Zara's saying process servers hand deliver official legal documents such as subpoenas, summons. So you're talking about like serving. That's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about serving. Like getting served with that, legal documents that sort of initiate a legal proceedings. Blair sounds like she'd be an amazing Republican.
Closure. If you are unaware of the details on this, please see my September upload titled Let's Talk Illuminaughtii Drama Update. In this video, I explain the details of how I even ended up in this position. This foreclosure process was based upon a debt that I had accrued with her while we were dating. I had no warning, no notice of behind payments, no communication that this would be happening. Instead, I found out from a realtor who excitedly told me my condition of foreclosure and asked to purchase my home from me.
So that's what, oh my God. So again, Oz's video in September, talking about the foreclosure, the potential for foreclosure. I guess that's where he first found out about this. I'm not I'm guessing. Okay, chat. I really have to like kind of go back into the memory banks for this, but I'm guessing that some of the things that he signed with Blair just to, proceed with, what they had been doing, on operations of what is it, Pyramid LLC or whatever. I'm guessing that some of those things maybe contained these conditions. It sounds like he's saying that he wasn't aware that that these charges were going to be either repaid by him or result in a foreclosure.
What a way to wake up. To further clarify, as I stated...
Do not date Blair White. This is not Blair White, by the way. I hope I didn't make anybody think we're talking about Blair White here. We're talking about Blair Zahn of Illuminaughtii. Naked bears are freaky too. Some people may have been sued, or there can be developments in a case that they won't know until served unless they have an attorney of record getting immediately digital CMEFC updates.
My September video, I was indeed behind on payments. It is my opinion that Blair introduced a payment structure that she knew I would be destined to fall behind on. I, originally, wasn't concerned, as before I foolishly signed those deeds of trust...
Okay, deeds of trust, or...
Blair assured me that the only way she would get her payments was if I paid or if the home was sold. I never took the time to realize that she meant she could sell my home through foreclosure. If I knew it granted her this power, I would have never signed those documents.
Wow. So yeah, ContraPoints in first place, Pod Save America in second place, Madcaster, more Illuminaughtii news from Madcaster in third place, and Mooncat coming in last on the main poll. ContraPoints, Pod Save, yeah, same deal on the shorts poll. So shorts and main channel are in agreement right now. The only dissenting voice we have is $5 going towards somebody that really wants to see more of the Mooncat. So that's probably not going to be enough to get Mooncat out of last place, and indeed might not even be enough to get us the second half. But like I said, I'll try to cover the ContraPoints at some time.
Again, if this is all new information, please go see my September update video. August 29th, 2023, Blair would submit a new set of temporary restrictions.
Pyramid Entertainment LLC is what Blair's company is called. And again, okay, so the purple is Blair, the green is Oz. Is the yellow? Why do I think the yellow is Wonderstruck and the orange is Click? I could be wrong about this. I could be wrong.
Restraining orders, which were denied, as well as her lawsuit against Felix, Wonder, and myself for defamation and breach of contract. It is of my opinion that Blair timed these events so I could only fight one, the foreclosure or the lawsuit, not both. I do believe that if I did not speak out against her in April, she would not have put my home through foreclosure proceedings. With these actions, timed alongside the lawsuit, it does make me firmly believe, in my opinion, it's retaliatory in nature. The restraining orders in question were to, once more, prevent publication of any information on Blair. In this restraining order, Blair directly cites the video I was originally producing as a documentary on her actions as grounds to allow this pseudo-gag order to...
Okay, so I sort of remember this, that Oz Media had talked about, the Click made one or two videos talking about the situation. Wonderstruck made a video, at least one video talking about the situation, and Oz was planning on doing kind of like a full-on, receipt-heavy video talking about the situation. And so that is what Blair successfully apparently stopped Oz from doing due to the existential crisis of the foreclosure and needing to concentrate on keeping himself in a home. Oz ended up not being able to work on his video on Blair. So yeah, this did, you know, serve to, you know, keep him occupied with other stuff in that video. I mean, this is a receipt heavy video about the current. Yeah, look at this. This is so shitty. He's like overwhelmed. Like he's got a video that he wants to make, you know, explaining his side of the situation, but he hasn't been able to do it yet. Because and now it's, you know, he's potentially, you know, he's worried about legal action, right?
Proceed.
So instead of talking about what he wants to talk about, which is just like, you know, here's what went on from my perspective. Here's why I think it was unfair that Blair, you know, attacked me and my friends in this way. You know, here's what I know about Blair, that, and you're gonna see how like hypocritical some of Blair's like. I tried to look at this with somewhat of an open mind, right? I don't want to be the kind of person that jumps on a dog pile with just because everybody else is doing that, right? So I tried to sort of give everybody in the situation the benefit of the doubt. There was some claims made by Click that I didn't think were super substantiated. And, you know, given that, yeah, he was, you know, kind of edgy before, I wasn't super, you know, disposed to like agree with him. But as far as like the R slur, which was the main thing that that the Click was accused of, you know, of saying, right, it turns out that Blair has her own history, and I kind of figured that. If you look back into Blair's history, just like Tipster, she was hanging out with some of the same people that Tipster was hanging out with. She was part of that, you know, that same you know, commentary crew, and it never really seemed super authentic, the idea that like, well, Blair's never, you know, saying the R slur, but you know, the Click is, right? And indeed it looks like we're gonna get some receipts on that too.
Quoting this TRO, here, however, plaintiffs' request for relief will cause defendants no harm, because they simply must refrain from publishing what is essentially an online op-ed piece, which they have admitted will lambaste plaintiffs. Should the court deem plaintiffs' claims to be unnecessary, defendants can simply publish their video. Scared of something? Truth being,
Wait, what?
It will lambaste plaintiffs. It will cause documentary on her actions as grounds to allow this pseudo-gag order to proceed. Quoting this TRO, here, however, plaintiffs' request for relief will cause defendants no harm, because they simply must refrain from publishing what is essentially an online op-ed piece, which they have admitted will lambaste plaintiffs. Should the court deem plaintiffs' claims to be unnecessary, defendants can simply publish their video. Scared of something? Truth being, before we get into more details, Blair could have easily just responded, but the silence...
So now this is why I'm covering this, right? Because I'm not trying to dig up like old drama that you've probably seen. Like there have been so many videos on Illuminaughtii, right? And I don't want to go over, you know, retread that territory, but here's what's like when we last left it. And in fact, this is what people are telling me about the Madcaster content. Madcaster's last video on this made it kind of seem like there would not be a lawsuit, like that, you know, Blair essentially lost her clout, her channel, you know, is dead, and you know, we were kind of leaving things in a good place, right? Oz Media got his got donations to be able to avoid foreclosure. Wonderstruck looked like, you know, he was doing you know, better and you know, starting to come into his own as a content creator, right? We kind of left it in what felt like kind of a good place, but it's not going well in court. And I guess something that just kind of slipped my notice altogether was the fact that Oz wanted to put out his side of the story and has still not been able to. Like in the fall, because, you know, of his concerns over housing, and now because of his concern over legal action, right? This is what's scary about this, chat, is Blair is winning. Blair is actually winning right now.
And sudden bombardment of legal, speaks volumes.
Like, it sounds like, and you're gonna hear the rest of this, but like from what I gathered from this, it sounds like she's kind of got the judges eating out of her hands.
Because please remember, at this point of her filings, I'd only made a public Twitter thread and approximately 5 minutes worth of cameo time in an interview in Wonder's video. I would not be made aware of the lawsuit or legal filings until September 27th, more than a week after my September video was published. I had elected, out of respect for the legal system, to remain silent until now. It's not that I'm lacking respect for it with the publication of this video, I'm lacking respect for Blair and the escapades she's elected to throw me into. The legal proceedings have been grueling, from a mix of anxiety-laden sleepless nights to curveballs that throw off my entire day. It can be very difficult to live a normal life when every day is filled with stress and anxiety, every email notification laced with dread. It's exhausting, and the video exists because I'm tired. The lawsuit starts with the service in late September, roughly a week or so after my September upload, specifically September 27th. I would be in and out of calls with my lawyer, going over the facts of the matter, looking over everything I could, and providing as much evidence as possible. Unfortunately, I can't just drop a folder of evidence on the judge's desk with a solid "nuh-uh" and walk away. A shame, really. The inner workings for how the legal proceedings have gone so far are mostly publicly documented by the creators previously mentioned. If the time comes, I will
Moonhope says capitalists will usually always win in a battle of money.
Explore the full timeline of the lawsuit, including Blair's attempts at settling this lawsuit, grotesquely in her favor, for all parties involved. But for now, I'm leaving these be. Once you make it to the outro, my reasoning will make sense. During the proceedings of this lawsuit, HBomberGuy would upload not one, but 2 videos.
So, if you want to talk about the destruction of Blair's brand, right, I would say that there are, I mean, that's HBurgerGuy. Like, I would say that there's 2 main videos, and one of those was done by her. One of those was done by Blair. I think that Blair's Illuminaughtii exposed video, if she had not made it, she'd be doing much better. She would be doing way better at this point. Also, well, maybe not because of this HBomberGuy video. But like the idea of blaming this stuff on, Blair's, downward career trajectory as Illuminaughtii on Wonder and on Oz Media, I feel like she's just lashing out at whoever she thinks she can bully. Like, right? She's not suing, at least to our knowledge, unless HBomberGuy comes out with a video and tells us differently. She's not suing HBomberGuy. She's not. There's so many people who did like bigger videos. Like, I think Swoop's video, didn't Swoop's video get like 1 million or something like that? She's not going after anybody from what I can see who has the means, the financial means to oppose her legal team. She's going after somebody who's, worried about, his ability to stay in his house and somebody else that's. Not to mention the mod that got wrapped up in this, which we'll hear about them, and I think their name is Felix the Kit Kat.
Covering Blair's prior acts of plagiarism, one being a 40-minute section within a 4-hour-long, 20 million view video, as well as an individually uploaded 20-minute video with over 3 million views focusing exclusively on Blair. More people are aware of Blair because of HBomberGuy than they are for any of the other drama-related reasons surrounding her. This timeline will be extremely important for the following chapters. Again, I implore all of you to double check, as I was only focusing on videos related to the lawsuit in question, as well as all and any first-party sources. This now leads us to Felix. Through the last 9 months, Felix and I have been wading through the murky waters.
So here's Felix.
Blair has set forth. If you're unfamiliar with the nitty-gritty of the legal proceedings at play and still don't recognize who Felix the Kit Kat is, Again, this is a former Discord moderator for Blair turned employee at Pyramid Entertainment, the leading plaintiff, in this lawsuit Blair has hoisted us into. As of the time of writing, Felix's motion to dismiss was denied, and he will be proceeding through standard legal proceedings with Blair. I will be going into the specifics of the judge's order shortly, and to firmly clarify...
Good point. So Fallen Gemini points out that H Bomber Guy is not American. That is why Blair's not going after... Oh, wait, where's the click from? Yeah, so what would this be? Transnational case would probably be a lot more expensive and difficult to pursue. Legally complicated given the different laws. It would cost too much for Blair. That makes sense. I didn't realize that... Is the click Canadian or something? Okay, that makes sense.
Connected to or well educated on the YouTube space, nor the drama which has transpired. He is doing his job and acting according to the documents provided in front of him. More on this soon, as the legal system is...
I mean, smart not to try to shit on the judge. That's generally not I don't think that's the legal advice that... And like, hopefully Oz has got a lawyer advising him on this stuff. He does seem to be being really careful. Everything is prefaced with "it's my opinion from my perspective," and my, right. He's doing all the things to sort of avoid the easy traps of being accused of some kind of defamation or something like that. So
far more complicated than an episode of Law and Order may lead you to believe. As a reminder, the lawsuit isn't even out of the starting gate. This could turn into an exhausting fight ahead of all of us, and is far from over for those of us who are directly involved. It'll be my purpose here to present Blair's claims against Felix, the counter towards them, and why I feel these claims were created in bad faith, as well as going over why the judge made his ruling the way he did, as, in my opinion, it helps to shine light into Blair's legal strategy at hand. Referring back to the timeline provided earlier, on May 2nd, 2023, YouTuber The Click, a comedy and meme channel, this will be an important distinction for later, produced his response to the April 20th video, Illuminaughtii Exposed, where Blair had levied multiple allegations of misconduct against Click. Click responded to these accusations with a 30-minute response to an 8-minute chapter within Blair's video, thoroughly, in my opinion, clearing his name. I would also like to give the information specifically in this case to Blair and her lawyers that I did not reach out to Felix nor had contact with Felix since his departure from Pyramid Entertainment LLC until April 24th, where Felix would initially reach out to me, as seen here. He would later reach out once again shortly after Blair's public video, where he felt that Blair had improperly retold events, as Felix was a direct witness to what had transpired with Click.
So if you remember the situation with the click where Blair was offering someone $200 in order to dig up dirt from the click, in order to go through a bunch of sad milk, recordings, like, right, when you make recordings for videos or even just like live streams and stuff, you don't necessarily upload everything that you've got. You might keep it though in case you need the in case the film is, you can use it later, right? But Blair wanted, and I think this is before even, oh my god, what is the other product? Adobe Premiere Pro. If you don't know, both DaVinci and Adobe Premiere Pro, which are the two main editing softwares that people use, CapCut, I guess, is the other one. But both of those added the ability to generate a script, essentially generate a script based on what's said in the video, so that if you wanted to search and say, find me the place where I mentioned Illuminaughtii, right? It could look through there, and as long as it's reading the word correctly, and it can find that for you, right? So the word I think that would have been targeted here is the R slur, because Blair's looking for examples of the click saying the R slur, and Felix the Kit Kat apparently was that mod that somebody that was really hurting for money, and then was offered $200 by Blair to to find this evidence, right? And it's going to get more ironic when you find out, like, you know, there's going to be some more revelations about Blair and in terms of her use of the Arsler.
Felix, of his own volition, wanted to help set the record straight on information unrelated to the operations of Pyramid Entertainment LLC. Within
Swedish, he's Swedish. Oh my God, how did I forget he was Swedish? In my brain, he just like I haven't like watched. It's been so long, chat, but thank you. You're right. You're right, MIDI doctors. The Click is Swedish.
Click's video,
Why did I forget that?
The final chapter includes screenshots from a redacted individual. This individual in question was Felix the Kit Kat. In these screenshots, Felix provides documentation of Blair offering him $200.
There we go.
Through prior Sad Milk recordings to find evidence of Click using the R word. These screenshots in question are what Blair is suing for defamation, as well as breach of contract.
Wow.
What is not included within this lawsuit.
So this is wild. This is wild because this kind of thing goes on all the time in terms of, you know, YouTube drama, in terms of Twitch drama, you know, specifically like political streamers or commentary streamers, right? This kind of, you know, a dispute that is then solved by showing screenshots and saying, you know, that, no, this is actually what was said right here. And the idea that something like just showing somebody the screenshot that this person offered you $200 could get you sued, like you're a mod, you know, I mean, obviously she's also like, she's also hiring Felix the Kit Kat as an employee too, but you know, started off as a mod and all of a sudden is now, you know, potentially under you know, some sort of litigious attack.
However, is the screenshot evidence provided by Felix of Blair owning the alt account that was created to harass Click as well as his cohorts in 2020. Take this information as you will. Blair is willing to sue over a DM showing her paying one of her, at the time, Discord moderators $200 to dig up dirt on a prior collaborator, but Blair is not suing about the disclosure of information about owning an alt account to harass other YouTubers. Take that as you will. The claims against Felix the Kit Kat listed within the lawsuit are as follows. If you want the drama attached to the individual filings, you can visit Madcaster's channel where he's broken down each.
Okay, so now Madcaster is on our list as far as the second potential content to cover. I'm not sure if we're gonna do a second segment today. It doesn't look like the dono goal is close to being met, but I would be open to taking a look at Madcaster's content at some point. Although I actually anticipate there might be a new video from Madcaster based on this these revelations from Oz Media. But yeah, Madcaster looks like tied for third place on the regular poll. Madcaster is in third place on the shorts poll. Not really ranking on the dono poll, but then again, not much of anybody is ranking on the dono poll today. So
the layman, as well as Vangelina Skov, and more recently Tamimi. Up first,
we might have to get to the contrapoints on another day. This might be kind of a shortened stream.
Claims against Felix, whose full name will be censored using Orange. Defendant Felix is a former employee of plaintiffs.
Okay, so Orange is oh, Felix. Okay. I'm sorry, chat. Earlier I said I thought Orange might be the Click. No, they're definitely talking about. Okay, so the Click is not on here because, like, as somebody smarter than me in chat observed, the Click is Swedish. H-Bomber guy's British. These are not people that Blair is going to go after. But Blair is going after Felix. Again, somebody that just started as like a mod for Blair or for Sad Milk, and then, you know, ended up doing some odd jobs. And, you know, one of the jobs, you know, being like, come up with help me with this hit piece against the Click.
As a note, his employment began at or around the time of May 5th, 2021. As disclosed in the factual allegation number 18, Blair states, defendant Felix signed a confidentiality agreement on May 5th, 2021, signed the Felix agreement, which all employees are required to sign as a condition of employment. 63.
The Felix agreement? Wait, what the fuck? She named the confidentiality agreement that she was having employees sign after after Felix? I don't know. Maybe that's not right. Maybe I'm misreading that. Maybe that's speaking about Felix's confidentiality agreement, and also stating that all of the employees of what Pyramid Entertainment or whatever it's called, Pyramid LLC are forced to sign. So yeah, this seems like so what this is telling us is that some form of confidentiality is standard in terms of the condition of employment.
Confidentiality agreement on May 5th, 2021, signed the Felix Agreement, which all employees are required to sign as a condition of employment, 63. Felix is in violation of this Felix Agreement by turning over private messages between himself and Blair to another YouTuber, Mark Drek, to exploit in a YouTube video made to slander plaintiffs. This video is available at, then YouTube link, and is titled Illuminaughtii and Sad.
Okay, so that's Oz Media in purple. Mark Drek. Does anybody know who that is? For some reason, that name is not redacted, so.
Milk. The video was not produced, as Blair stated, to slander plaintiffs. This video, made by Click, was in self-defense from Blair. Felix—
Yeah, it was a response to Blair's video, Illuminaughtii Exposed, the second half of which was an attack that was most pointed at the Click, right? In terms of the person who, if you believe Blair's story looks the worst, it's the Click.
Came to the aid of someone defending themselves. What Blair has done in this lawsuit is completely remove any and all instances or references of her public statements to make it appear as though any attack against her is slanderous. Please recall the previous removal of factual allegation 34 from the prior version of the lawsuit. Again, 34. Regarding the false accusations listed above, Blair made one public post, attempting to debunk the misinformation. She has not publicly addressed this situation further in an attempt to de-escalate it. Once more, mention of this no longer exists within the lawsuit. The screenshot in question happened November 10th, 2020, nearly 7 months before Felix's employment under— Mention of this no longer exists within the lawsuit. The screenshot in question—
Yeah, the other thing I was wondering about this was in terms of these screenshots. Remember, I told you I wasn't jumping to conclusions even after seeing the Clicks video as far as who I believed, right? When I see Discord screenshots, and especially when they are screen grabs like this, I don't necessarily assume that they're true. I have seen this kind of stuff faked before, but I also said that it would be incumbent upon Blair to deny the veracity of the screenshots. This is why a lot of times when people show screenshots, they'll show themselves scrolling up and down in the chat window in order to sort of show you that this is not something that was edited. This is not something that was faked. These are my DMs, and here's what's in here, right? That's the kind of gold standard as far as proof of something that went on Discord or Twitter DMs or wherever. But even in this case, I don't see Blair denying the veracity of these screenshots. Blair is upset that these screenshots got out. She's not disputing their veracity. I need you to work with blank to help me find Click saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. So they kept a lot of— wow, they just kept this— she just kept this around for a rainy day. I can do that. Let me get a shower and I'll be down. She claims that he said it in a Sad Milk video, but can't remember which one. And she's over her head with shit. I'll pay you $200 to find it.
Question happened November 10th, 2020. Nearly 7 months before Felix's employment under Pyramid Entertainment. The NDA should not cover private messages unrelated to Pyramid LLC. It appears to me that Blair is attempting to claim that every conversation she has—
Okay, so do you see the distinction that Oz is making here? The NDA covers Pyramid Entertainment, which is related to Illuminaughtii. What's referenced here—
Pyramid Entertainment no longer exists within the lawsuit.
Wait.
The screenshot in question happened November 10th, 2020.
What's referenced here is Sad Milk.
Nearly 7 months before Felix's employment under Pyramid Entertainment.
There we go. Damn. Okay, there we go. That's something I can sink my teeth into, right? Felix is not an employee of Pyramid Entertainment at this point. How can you claim that the NDA for Pyramid Entertainment covers a period before that Felix is even employed with Pyramid Entertainment?
The NDA should not cover private messages unrelated to Pyramid LLC.
Yeah, you can't just like own somebody's private messages.
To me, that Blair is attempting to claim that every conversation she has ever had with an employee throughout all of time,
The Pope is woke.
even matters unrelated
Mark Drek is the click. Oh, okay, and that's public. Okay.
to Pyramid Entertainment, are under NDA. These DMs were in specific relation to a group collaboration channel known as Sad Milk, which included the likes of Damian Lee, Flinders,
Sag Milk, indeed.
$5. I vote for ContraPoints.
Voting for ContraPoints.
Everyone.
Happy Pride to you too, Omega Star. Thank you for the dono that to ContraPoints. Okay, so yeah, and ContraPoints is winning in the poll as well. So if more people want to see a second segment, make sure to let me know when you donate what that segment should be. What segment? Because you get like a little bit of an extra vote potentially on this stuff if you're gonna donate. Remember, this channel operates through contributions from you from viewers like you. Hate to sound like a PBS telethon, but that's what we're doing here. So yeah, when you contribute, you get to put a little extra weight, or you can take a little extra weight off if you want to support Vox Populi and just say I feel like whatever wins should win. That's a principled stand to take too.
Hi, I'm Wonder, One Topic, The Click, Salty, and myself.
Salty, I forgot about Salty.
And of course, Blair. Sad Milk is operated as a different corporate entity with its own distinct EIN, known as Wet Sox LLC, which is a sibling company to Pyramid Entertainment. Both are owned by the same umbrella company that holds my debt. If any argument were to be made about this being work contributed by Felix, the actions taken were not in service to Pyramid Entertainment, but instead Wet Sox LLC. However, there was no employment contract or NDA attached to these actions in service to Wet Sox. The files in question are related to old audio recordings of Sad Milk videos, not Pyramid. It is also important to point out that these actions in question were not, to my knowledge, normal company practice to specifically target employees who were low on money to dig up dirt on prior collaborators of Blair's. Then to pay said employee with a PayPal transaction. To further add, Click was contracted talent for Wet Sox LLC, as Blair herself demonstrated at 11:14 in her own video, where she briefly shows on screen the Sad Milk Entertainment contract, which she refers to as the agreement. I would also like to add that if this was official company business, there should be a documented 1099 form or other specific documentation to show the payments to Felix are properly documented for specifically Pyramid Entertainment. After talking with Felix and being shown his TurboTax filing from 2020, I can confidently state neither this 1099 nor any form of company documentation exists to specify this payment as being directly in service of Pyramid Entertainment. As of this time, we only have a PayPal transfer listed as video review. Mind you, there are no PayPal transfer fees attached to this amount. PayPal takes a fee for business-related transactions. This can range widely, but the common fee for a company transfer is 3.49% with an additional 49 cents per transaction. This means that this transaction is most likely listed internally with PayPal as a friends and family transfer, as before July 28th, 2022, it was possible for a business PayPal account to send money via a friends and family transfer. This transfer was made in November of 2020, nearly 2 years before this policy change occurred. To me, in my opinion, based on the evidence I have in front of me, this appears to be an under-the-table task assigned to him with no documentation of how that money was categorized. with the payment being labeled within paper.
It almost would look worse, right? If this was an official act, if this was an official part of his duty, right? If like Pyramid or Wet Sox, like officially were like, yes, this is what we have this employee doing, digging up dirt on a like ex-collaborator.
As friends and family, similar to paying your neighbor's kid to mow the lawn. And on top of that, the assignment was specifically in service to Wet Sox, not Pyramid Entertainment LLC.
Yo.
And specifically involved prior contractors, click, of Wet Sox LLC, not Pyramid Entertainment. In my eyes, I see this as Blair retroactively changing the events of 2020 to fit her narrative within the lawsuit. The simple truth is, this conversation was held November of 2020, and he was hired May of 2021. Blair is trying to claim that these were company communications and has framed it as such to make the lawsuit stick. Factual Claim 64. Regarding these messages, defendant Felix edited selectively picked messages to create the appearance that Blair made statements that she did not. He thereby created a false narrative that was damaging to the plaintiffs. Felix, when the lawsuit was served to him, more on why that's on air quotes later, posted on Twitter informing the public of his circumstance, while also providing the full context of the screenshot in question.
God damn.
Which provides no room to argue for cherry picking, as Blair has argued in her suit. Blair does later in this suit confirm the validity of these screenshots by stating she cross-referenced them in her own DMs. But in my opinion, the full context here makes her look worse. These messages were provided to help clear a former collaborator's name of accusations brought against him by Blair. Here's the full context for those DMs. Blair sending a message at 11/10/2020, 8:57 p.m. Hey, are you still short on rent? Rent, no electric and phone. Yes, I am at -$2 right now. No idea what I'm going to do for lunch tomorrow, but I'm at the fuck it, I'll figure it out phase of my life. Blair, I have something for you, but it's a little tedious. I mean, my life is nothing but tedium, so I can do it. I need you to work with blank to help me find click saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. I can do that. Let me get a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sad Milk video, but I can't remember which one, and she's over her head with shit. I'll pay you $200 to find it. Yep, just hand me the files and I can get started. $200 will help quite a bit. The portion redacted here is a link to a Google Drive. There's that file and a file in the file. Most will have Discord calls, and I think it happened within the first 10 minutes. I'll check the whole recording to be sure, so I'm looking at all 4 folders. Just go into the published file. The very next day, Felix would receive payment from Blair for, quote, video review, end quote. As a reminder, within Click's video, this was the screenshot originally shown. Now, the next few sections are nearly 50 points down the line and highly segregated as we enter into her claims of relief. The other skip points involve myself as well as Wonder, who was never formally served in this lawsuit. Starting with the 7th claim of relief, defamation per quad, as to defendant Felix. 108. Blair and Pyramid hereby incorporate the previous paragraphs by reference as though each were fully set forth therein. 109. On or about May 2nd, 2023, defendant Felix published a public Twitter X post from one of his Twitter X accounts, @FelixTheKitKat. Now, I believe this is a clerical error, as Felix did not tweet on any of the days surrounding May 2nd. I believe Blair is referring to this tweet in question, made November 23rd of 2023. 110. This statement implies that Blair committed the tort of abuse of process, alleging A, an ulterior motive for the use of a judicial proceeding to retaliate for defendant Felix's post-employment actions, B, the willful use of legal proceedings in an improper matter, trying to force a default judgment without properly serving defendant Felix. C, damages, an impending default judgment against defendant Felix. 111. These statements are false, and defendant Felix made the statement with negligent disregard for its falsity. Process server, redacted, signed a declaration that she served defendant Felix on September 26, 2023 at his place of abode, handing the required legal documents to an individual matching defendant Felix's physical description. Felix was never directly handed papers. Instead, the papers were delivered by mail to an address he lives 2 hours away from, at a claimed time while he was just getting off of work. 2 hours away from the stated address. The papers were never formally handed to Felix. Felix's sister found an envelope in the mail with regular US postage labeled to Felix on or around October 6th. This directly opposes the processor's claim of directly handing it to Felix. What I find interesting is that This appeared in a mailbox with postage and was within a standard mailing period from September 26th. Yet, there are claims of this being handed directly to Felix. These papers would have been delivered to Felix's stepfather's home within the official legal filing September 27, 2023 at 6:40 p.m. This address is not his usual place of abode, which is even distinguished, despite the redactions I've made, by not being the address given for Felix in the very lawsuit Blair filed. At the time of delivery, Felix would need to drive nearly 150 miles an hour directly after his shift at work to be at said address in time to receive the papers from said processor. While it's not much, Felix has provided me with screenshots of him speaking with his girlfriend about arriving home at 7 p.m. after work. To reiterate, Felix was never formally given papers, despite what the processor claims. Instead, they were mailed to his stepfather, and a proof of service filing was made. The argument of us theorizing that Blair was trying to get a default judgment against Felix comes from the fact that after the service attempt, nearly every day afterwards.
So yeah, Felix is potentially on the docket to be gone after because of this incident and because of going public with it, right? And the very logical conclusion that he made, that this was an attempt to get a default judgment without even right, you're supposed to be served these papers if the legal action is going to go through, and obviously they were sent to somewhere 100 miles away from where Felix actually lives.
Felix would check in with the Colorado courts for an official proof of service to be filed, so he could begin his legal battle. However, proof of service was not filed until after the time required for Felix to respond. When papers are served, a response is due within 21 days, but 35 days for out-of-state parties, within Colorado after service. So this would have been either October 31st or November 1st, depending on if the day of service counts towards the allotted time. Proof of service was not filed with the courts until November 17th.
This scares me though, because look at you're gonna see what this service was. They filed proof of service, right? But
2 weeks after,
just based on the word of the person, I guess the processor, is that what you call it? Saying that the paper that the papers were delivered to somebody matching the description of the defendant,
meaning that Felix
matching the description of Felix
would have defaulted. Even my lawyer was caught off guard by these actions. Plaintiffs.
So does that mean that they could literally just find somebody that looks like you and be like, oh yeah, we served the papers, right?
Attorneys filed a proof of service on Felix today. The service was back in September. Not sure why they're just filing the proof today. Felix's answer should have been filed by the end of October based on the service date. Allegation 112. Defendant Felix's statement caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95% after defendant's tweet/X was...
Oh my God. This is so ridiculous. And this is the other thing that scares me is what kind of judges are deciding these cases that require sort of special knowledges of these industries, of these fields. What kind of judges are deciding these cases? Because to anybody that is aware of this situation, to anybody who's been following this situation, the idea that the 95% loss in Illuminautti's revenues, which I don't doubt that she had. I don't doubt that she had a 95% loss. That sounds about right? She got destroyed. But the idea that she's going to take that and she's going to be like, yeah, it was this tweet from Felix the Kit Kat. That's what did it to me. Not, my own video, not the, the clicks video, not H Bombers guy's video, not the myriad of fucking videos that were done on this subject. No, it was Felix the Kit Kat. It was the Felix the Kit Kat's tweet that caused me to lose 95. That is wild. That is wild that they would try to pin the 95% loss on a freaking former mod.
Published. from $74,646 in the period of November 23, 2022, December 23, 2022, to $2,751.72 during that same period a year later. Blair is listing a drop of revenue from a specific date period and ignoring the fact that her revenue had begun to decline far before then. The official date, April 20th, 2023, is when we can see the first damage being done to her subscriber count. This is also the day she levied accusations against Legal Eagle. And then, of course, following her upload of the Illuminaughtii exposed video, the viewership damage is fairly evident, especially in the following weeks where she saw a rapid decline.
So yeah, it's definitely a major loss. I just don't know, like it's so wild that you try to pin it on, of all people. It seems like she's pinning it on the person that's like least able to maybe fight back.
I find it to be personally dishonest to claim that Felix's GoFundMe tweet was responsible for the drop in revenue reported, as there had been
It is absurd.
a long-standing consistent drop of revenue for each month prior. Not to mention, of course, in that date range, this includes the H-Bomber Guy videos, which had a collective 23 million views between the two of them. 113. Blair suffered non-economic and special damages, as explained in paragraph 112 of the complaint, as a result of defendant Felix's publications in an amount to be proven at—
Can anybody translate non-economic and special damages? Are we talking about like brand damages? Because you'd think that that might be not you know, brand. The brand is important because of economic considerations. Is this like pain and suffering? Like, what does non-economic and special damages imply?
trial. I can only assume this is her talking about the general backlash and emotional turmoil this situation has thrown her into. Again, as I'm sure I'll be saying this thousands of times, if you send threats of any kind towards Blair, you're worse than her. Again, the damages Blair is suffering is of her own doing.
Remember when Anusian tried to serve Chris Hansen papers, but it went to the wrong Chris Hansen? Yo, no, I don't remember that. I didn't really pay much. I was not around for Anusian. I do worry about judges and their lack of awareness. This stuff ruins lives. I just hope it would be evident that you could not attribute this losses to a single moderator in Discord, right? But just like, I mean, the question is, does a single moderator in Discord mean something to that judge, right? Is there any precaution sort of taken as far as which judge gets a case that requires, you know, this kind of, I would almost say like, you know, terminally online knowledge? I think it's legal jargon for credibility. Oh, okay. So sort of brand in terms of credibility and pain and suffering. Incredibly controlling behavior. Like right now, I'm suffering non-economic damages taking in this news. Yeah, some pain and suffering there.
The only reason any of us are in this position is because of the actions Blair initially took on April 20th, 2023. Eighth claim for relief. Defamation per quad as to defendant Felix. 114. Blair and Pyramid hereby incorporate the previous paragraphs by reference as though they were fully set forth therein. 115. On or about May 2nd, 2023, Mark Deck posted to his public YouTube account, The Click, a video titled Illuminaughtii and Sad Milk, which contains—
Wait, is that supposed to be Drek?
Screenshots from defendant Oz and Felix, intended for publication by Deck.
Okay, so that's right. It was The Click who posted the screenshots from Felix and Oz.
Available at YouTube link and timestamp. I also just want to add that Click's name is public. 116. The Illuminaughtii and Sad Milk video displayed a redacted screenshot of a Discord conversation. 117. Upon information and belief, the relevant redacted portions obscured the username Felix the Kit Kat, the username of defendant Felix. 118. Upon information and belief.
So wait, now if she's proving this, right? If she's making this claim, and I'm assuming like showing corroborating information that like this was Felix the Kit Kat under there, right? To me, that sounds like it sounds like she's confirming that those, and that was the one question I had, right? The screenshots looked bad, the situation looked bad, but what we had was just screenshots, right? We had you know, pictures that, you know, are redacted and that aren't moving and not, you know, essentially I was like, okay, well, you know, like, I don't know if these screenshots are real, but, you know, if she doesn't deny them, and it sounds like it sounds like, again, Not sure, but it sounds like she's confirming them with this legal action.
Click is Mark Drek. It's actually Mark Deck, and he's pretty public with this. It's the name of his public music channel after all. 119. Blair asked Felix to find Mark Drek saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. 120. Defendant Felix then asserts that Blair, though she publicly disapproves of the R slur, uses it in private. 121. This statement carries a defamatory meaning because it implies that Blair is both a hypocrite and a bigot. Her words, not mine. 122. Defendant Felix published this statement with negligent disregard for its truthfulness because he concedes that he has no proof to substantiate his claim. In 2020, Blair had revealed to me that she had used a service to scrub her Twitter of all and any inappropriate or cancelable language that she may have tweeted. Evidence of this can actually be found by the fact that there's a massive removal of tweets on a single day shown by her Social Blade. I had to purchase a Social Blade premium subscription to get this data down to the day as shown. However, as I've...
Okay, so again, not looking good for a follow-up segment, but ContraPoints is still winning in the poll, pretty much dominating. Pod Save America coming in second, Madcaster coming in third. I'll take it under consideration that people are interested in this stuff and maybe try to do something on ContraPoints, but we are still a ways away from hitting the donation goal for today. So this might be the first time in a while that we do not have a second segment.
Come to learn, that service that Blair used to mass delete tweets doesn't...
We look at the overall. Mooncat's got $5. ContraPoints has, yeah, ContraPoints is definitely ahead. And
scan media or screenshots. Blair famously went after Click for using the R word 14 years ago. Blair at one point has stated that the word has never...
Alpha Dorito? So she, like, I thought this was like a joke about her, like the idea that she's a Dorito, you know, because her Rant-Sona's got a triangular head and Doritos are triangular. Wait, is this a Steven Universe reference? Wasn't there like a character that, oh my god, chat, I don't even know. Alpha Dorito, though.
Been in her vocabulary, and that even with 10 years of time, it's inexcusable that he would use this word, despite this being his second language and being the early 2010s, and America's cultural exports use this word frequently. Family Guy, South Park, Black Eyed Peas. Blair can be seen in this tweet using the exact word in question that she condemned.
Wait, so she's showing her DMs. And yeah, she uses the word. There we go.
And damns others for using. Only 3 years prior to her stating, that word was never in my vocabulary. According to Blair, even 10 years is inexcusable. Link to the tweet below at the bottom of the description. One of the reasons Blair is suing Felix is for defamation because of a DM where he claimed that Blair has used the R word in private. Well, here she is using it in public as an insult. Now, personally, I'd like to keep the R word discourse out of it. The main focus here is the hypocrisy at play because it's plain as day. I actually think that Blair's lawyer...
I think you're thinking... Wait, I'm thinking of the Triangle villain at Gravity Falls rather than... oh god. I haven't watched Gravity Falls. Is it good? Wait, wasn't there something... Okay, wait. So, like, Jasper is Big Tough Cheeto Puff, but wasn't Peridot somehow... Didn't somebody once refer to Peridot as a Dorito? Or am I thinking... Wait, I don't even know. Yellow Diamond? I don't know. I don't actually know, chat. My brain is not working very well today, so... Maybe I should have taken another day off.
Implies that Blair is both a hypocrite and a bigot. 123. Defendant Felix's statements caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by about 50% after defendant Felix's defamatory statements were published in the Illuminaughtii and Sadmuk video from $37,981 in the period of May 2nd to June 1st, 2022 to $19,274.85 during that same period a year later. 124. Blair suffered non-economic and special damages as explained in paragraph 123 of the complaint as a result of defendant Felix's publications in an amount to be proved at trial. The economic damages in question, again, are not solely caused by Felix providing those screenshots. Blair is seemingly electing to avoid mentioning that at this time. There are far more factors at play. Thankfully, the timeline provided earlier helps cleanly spell this out for any parties watching who are unfamiliar. The only way that I can read Blair's current filings, in my view, is that Blair appears to be purposefully misleading the judge to try and paint the situation of her being unjustly attacked for no reason, and excluding any mention that she was in fact the initial aggressor. This brings me to the present where we are now. After Felix submitting a motion to dismiss, which argues that the lawsuit should be essentially tossed, the judge ruled in Blair's favor for the lawsuit to continue. Matt Katster has some great videos diving into this and going over each party's arguments. I don't think we have the time to sit down and go through this.
Again, Madcaster is on our list, tied for third in one poll, third place in the other poll. But again, it looks like we're a ways off from hitting the donation goal. So
The nearly 20 plus pages of documents arguing case law in relation to this suit
it does matter, though. It does matter. I will take note that ContraPoints is winning the poll.
Felix. I will point out, though, from what I could see, Felix's lawyer took the route of trying to argue the claims itself and the legal standing, as I'm unsure if, at this phase of the suit, if facts can be presented in argumentation of a case's legitimacy, as both defendant parties, mine included, have forgone including the nitty-gritty facts of the matter and instead focused on tackling the claims on their merit to stand on their own and utilizing case law on the matter to challenge the arguments at play. However, it seems that Blair was able to eke out a temporary victory with her presentation of the claims. First and foremost, the judge is following procedure as his duties describe according to Colorado law, which outlines that plaintiffs be given, in my opinion for this specific case in question, an unreasonable amount of benefit of the doubt. Even if Blair has a fraction of a percent of a chance for her claims to prevail, the courts must hear them out beyond a motion to dismiss. This is my understanding of the law that the judge has put as his reasoning, which, while frustrating, I understand. This is not the judge blatantly siding with Blair, this is him doing his job. As quoting, dismissing a complaint only if it appeared beyond a doubt that the plaintiff could prove no set of facts that would entitle him or her to relief, the trial court still accepts all allegations in the complaint as true and views them in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. However, facts pleaded as legal conclusions, i.e. boilerplate or conclusory allegations, such as those that—
I'm sorry, chat. Some of this legal mumbo-jumbo just makes my eyes glaze over. I'm going to listen to this again.
Complaint as true. Dismissing a complaint only if it appeared beyond a doubt— I understand. This is not the judge blatantly—
Okay, so this is Oz being like, this isn't the judge's fault.
Siding with Blair, this is him doing his job.
The judge is proceeding according to the law as written.
As quoting, dismissing a complaint only if it appeared beyond a doubt that the plaintiff could prove no set of—
Oh, okay, I see. So this early in a case, you don't dismiss a plaint if, unless it's like beyond, unless there's like no way that the plaintiff's unless it's just completely spurious, right?
Entitle him or her to relief, the trial court still accepts all allegations in the complaint as—
So they go ahead and accept the allegations
true and views them in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. However,
and have a bias towards the plaintiff at this point in the trial.
Facts pleaded as legal conclusions, i.e. boiler—
as far as what claims are going to be, are going to be adjudicated.
Or conclusory allegations, such as those that merely repeat the statutory language, are no longer entitled to the presumption that they are true. They must be supported by specific factual allegations sufficient to raise the right to relief above the speculative level. Simply asserting a legal conclusion, bereft of any supporting factual allegations, does not state a plausible claim for relief. Viewing the amended complaint in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, the court accepts that the portion of the YouTube video referenced in paragraph 63 and 64 of the complaint is the same as the one displayed via screen screenshots in paragraph 116 to 20, which has the same link. It shows Blair instructing her employee, Felix, to help me find Click, a former employee and now competing YouTuber, saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio, and offering to pay him $200 to find it. Sad Milk is a YouTube channel created and managed by plaintiff Pyramid AMC Para 10. So, as we've discussed in a quick rundown, Felix was not an employee at the time. The work was not done for Pyramid. The income provided was a...
So for the record, even if Blair's claim as far as Felix the Kit Kat being subject to the agreement with Pyramid Entertainment LLC, even if that was true, even if we were to take her at her word at that, this is Blair, like, entering like legal proceedings based on someone who, worked for her, providing a screenshot to another that showed that Blair, wait, is that even, who got the screenshot? Oh my God. Is this about the revelation that Blair says the R slur? Or is this just about Felix putting up the showing the stuff that the attempt to serve him that didn't actually go to him?
Gift. The work was done for a separate LLC entirely, if she so chooses to argue that line of thought. Click was also never an employee. If he was, why isn't he being sued? I'm going to show an excerpt from the second claim of relief, which mostly pertains to myself, which is why it isn't fully delved into earlier. However, it reads as follows. 73. Upon information and belief, defendant is in breach of these arguments by sharing screenshots of company communications with defendant Oz, intending that he
illegal to misrepresent the employment agreement?
used the screenshots as part of a campaign to damage plaintiff's reputation, as stated above in paragraph 63, Illuminaughtii and Sad Milk at 2413. Defendant Felix has further established his intent to post additional content which will harm plaintiffs in a devastating manner. Blair within this lawsuit is specifically painting these communications as being directly related to company communications, when they were not. I also did not organize a defamation campaign against Blair. She threw the mud first. The judge continues. Again, viewing the amended complaint in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, these allegations arguably state plausible claims.
So they are calling this an NDA.
For breach of both the NDA and the Felix agreement.
Oh, no, sorry. NDA is separate.
They arguably state a plausible claim for breach of the NDA in that they plausibly allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party Pyramid information about company operations, as well as information regarding an individual's involvement in Pyramid operations. They likewise arguably state a plausible claim for breach of the Felix agreement. They allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party confidential information for the benefit of a third party. The confidential information disclosed is not, as Felix's counsel suggests, that Blair uses the R slur in private.
Okay, so it's not that was what Felix's counsel suggests. That would be a private matter rather than a company. Okay, so at least she admits that. I was gonna say that's a pretty bold. If she's gonna come after you for she's gonna make an allegation that somebody else uses the R slur and then claim that she never does it, and then somebody says, oh no, here she is doing it, right? That's not what this is about. Rather, potentially actionable conduct by Felix was his disclosure of an internal company messages and operations, namely Illuminaughtii instructing her employee to find potential damaging information about competing YouTuber Click. So remember earlier where Oz pointed out that Click's niche, the kind of content that the Click does, is memes and comedy. Remember, Blair does video essays. I would say content farming, but whatever. That's derogatory, I guess, right? So, the niche that even Blair would, claim to be in would be video essays, like specifically on the topic of like corporate malfeasance. Maybe some with like a slight political element. Like, right? It's nothing like what the Click does. This is not a competing YouTuber. The only way that you can make that assertion, right, that the Click is a competing YouTuber, is you might be able to argue that since they were both in Sad Milk, that they are somewhat competing for the audience that they garnered as Sad Milk. And that, that when, a group like breaks up like that, then maybe some of the audience is going to go with the Click, some of the audience, like, I guess you could say that, but yeah, literally not a competitor, with her.
That would be a private matter rather than the company business. Rather, the potentially actionable conduct by Felix was his disclosure of internal company messages and operations, namely that Blair is instructing her employee to find potentially damaging information about a competing YouTuber. Click. That the information about internal company messages and operations was allegedly disclosed.
Look, I've got some potentially damaging information for those of you watching me on Twitch, and that information is that at the top of every hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. That is an ad break that you could potentially avoid by using a Prime sub or by buying a sub for yourself to get out of the ad break. It also gives you weasels. These are the special weasels. These are the weasels that actually wiggle as opposed to the YouTube weasels. The subs on Twitch cost $2 more than the memberships on YouTube. And that is because they do more for you. They get rid of that ad break, and they also give you animated emojis. So that's the upsell there. If you're interested in that, you can get yourself a sub through Prime for free, or by buying one for $5. You could also potentially be gifted a sub. That can happen, and it sometimes does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Through co-defendant and fellow employee Oz, to click for use against Pyramid and Blair. I would like to reaffirm that Blair did state in points 120 and 121 that she uses it in private is a defamatory claim. It is my assumption that because of how much information is thrown around in the complaints, whether purposely or accidentally, has led to it being harder for all parties to follow her cattywampus timeline of misery. Felix's lawyer with
Cattywampus. Can somebody? What does cattywampus mean? I'm sorry, Chad. I'm having to ask you all kinds of information. I should be providing you information. Instead, I'm having to ask chat. What is cattywampus?
Everything else to argue, and from what I could see, did not assert Felix was not involved with Pyramid at this time. This is not a knock against Felix's counsel, only an observation to help explain more factors which would have left the judge to provide his ruling. Also, again, Felix provided evidence to counter a, in my opinion, false narrative Blair was spreading about a prior colleague. Felix reached out to me. Felix was slated for an interview in my original video, and I can only assume Blair pieced this together and would be paranoid about the information he had to tell, leading him to be directly included to the lawsuit as an attempt to muzzle him in what he had.
Okay, so cattywampus is like crooked and askew. So dishonest, right?
This is a personal theory of mine that I have come to due to the facts that are in front of me. If this were false, she could easily prove the public narrative wrong.
Shakespeare, you have big news. Is it that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad on Twitch?
Instead, she's opted to take the legal route in an attempt to use her finances to crush her opposition. What I also need to stress is that the video which Felix would have been a part of would have fallen into the category of a journalistic piece. No different than what she structures on her channel. I suppose in her eyes it's fine when she puts others under the microscope, but not when others do the same to her.
I mean, she's literally a LLC, right? She owns, or I'm assuming she owns like, Pyramid Entertainment, right? We've got some questionable practices here. This is content that would be right up Blair's alley were it not for the fact that it is about Blair.
Her, even for her actions outside of Pyramid, which wouldn't be covered under NDA. Blair instructing her
Netanyahu has accepted the ceasefire agreement.
Employee to find potentially damaging information about a competing YouTuber. Click that information about internal company messages and operations.
Now, the background of what Shakespeare is saying is that there have been threats from both Ben Gvir, I think, and Smotrich, Netanyahu's further, far-right allies in the governing coalition, that they would leave the coalition and kind of throw the the government of Israel into question were Netanyahu to accept this agreement for ceasefire.
Was allegedly disclosed through co-defendant and fellow employee Oz to click for use against Pyramid and Blair.
So, I mean, there is definitely another shoe to drop, but maybe it didn't, because, I mean, there's every chance that there's been some negotiation also within the, the governing coalition and the war. What do they call it? The Likud is pissed.
While disclosing such tardy information to a competitor may not be a violation of the Uniform Trade Secrets Act, it could plausibly be a violation of the agreements that Felix signed as it disclosed to a competitor the internal operations of a company whose business arguably involved trolling for clicks and bringing down its competitors. As
Wait, what? Blair instructing her employee to find potentially damaging information about competing YouTuber The Click. Again, X'd out there. The information about internal company messages and operation was allegedly disclosed through co-defendant and fellow employee. That is Oz. 2Click for use against Pyramid and Illuminaughtii. While disclosing such tawdry information to a competitor may not be a violation of the uniform trade. That's so wild. Like, this is the same, like, this is what got Blair in trouble in the first place, was looking at fucking Legal Eagle as a competitor and concern trolling that Legal Eagle's editors talking to Illuminautti's editors represented some sort of a attempt to violate uniform trades. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it was like, but like, this is the same idea. This is the same idea. Like, look, The Click, that's not a trade secret. That's not like, how do you make a better content farm? How do you make a better video essay, right? Would be a trade secret for the business if you know, Click was in fact a competitor, right? This is, I don't see how you call that a trade secret. That's wild. Like, I think that her lawyers are really reaching here. I mean, I don't know the law, and there is that whole wild card of like, how much does the judge understand about the electronic digital, you know, content medium that we're working in here, but could possibly be in violation of an agreement that Felix signed, and as it is disclosed to the competitor with the internal operations of the company whose business arguably involved trolling for clicks. Business arguably involved trolling for clicks and bringing down its competitors? As it discloses to a competitor the internal operation of a company whose business arguably involved. So she's saying that the bringing down your competitors is part of the business, is part of the game. Again, this, you know, seems ridiculous because we're talking about somebody who is an employee, you know, of Wet Socks LLC at the time, not somebody who's an employee of Pyramid Entertainment LLC. That didn't happen for 7 months later, if you believe Oz, as the complaint alleges large amounts of money were at stake.
As the complaint alleges, large amounts of money were at stake. This shows that the judge is under the impression, due to the information that Blair provided, Felix was an employee at this time, despite the evidence we discussed prior.
The War Cabinet? Yeah. So there is a question now about the government, about like Netanyahu may be leaving office sooner than we even thought. In fact, you know, it is expected that after the cessation of hostilities, that Netanyahu was already on track to possibly lose his spot as prime minister. Now you also have potentially two of his biggest allies that are forming the coalition government along with Netanyahu and Likud, maybe pulling out as well, unless they've, you know, negotiated that behind the scene. From Israel's Channel 12 News, the Prime Minister and the War Cabinet ministers have gathered to await the response from Hamas as they are prepared to initiate and promote the deal.
The judge is under the impression that Click was a competing YouTuber. This is why I stressed his content type being comedy and memes, as well as him being a prior colleague of Blair's. Click is not a direct competitor and does not occupy the same space or venue of YouTube that Blair does.
Education.
In fact, Blair has done
That's really what she's under?
such a tremendous job at muddying the
Wait,
timeline and
let me see
obfuscating
this.
her actions. It seems the judge is entirely unaware that Click's video was in self-defense against
Education. Huh.
and Felix was providing Click with documentation to defend his image from the heinous pedojacketing attempt that Blair had committed.
Wait, what? Whoa. Can somebody remind me what the pedojacketing was?
Been able to rewrite history.
Again, I want to mention that we do have the potential to roll on to a second topic. At this point, it kind of looks like ContraPoints and RGR that's the content that everybody's voting for. However, I'm not sure if we're gonna hit the sub goal in time. So if that means anything to you, if anybody desperately wants to see the ContraPoints and RGR content today, now is your time. Now is your time to jump in and or if you have your eyes on something else like the Pod Save America Bad TikTok Take, the Mooncat Evo Psych video, which we finished a third of and can pick up where we left off, or the Madcaster Illuminaughtii Legal. If any of that looks good to you out there, it is your time to jump in there and save the day for everybody. Otherwise, we are almost done with stream.
In the initial phases of this lawsuit to fit her narrative and present herself as a YouTuber who is unjustly attacked out of nowhere by vindictive employees, when the reality is that Blair went on the attack with accusations so profoundly, in my opinion, fucking stupid, where, and I'm repetitive on this notion, not for the audience but for the legal reasons, she accused a lawyer of plagiarism. H. Bomber Guy countered with her examples of plagiarism. While I cannot speak on the intentions of others, as I have stated, I spoke out to defend my prior colleagues as well as distance myself from Blair because I was receiving Discord messages and stream chats frantically asking, or in some cases demanding, that I make a statement on Illuminaughtii, and if I supported her attacks on Legal Eagle because of my prior association with her. When people distanced themselves from Blair and spoke on their own personal experiences, she retorted with a
from Channel 12 News, senior officials in the War Cabinet and the chief negotiator demanded that Netanyahu not wait for Hamas's response, but take proactive steps to make sure the deal is maximalized.
3-minute-long video full of accusations and ammunition that she had been holding on to for nearly 3 years. As stated in the intro, the new GoFundMe being launched will be utilized to not only come to my legal aid, but all—
Who's the mortician YouTuber? I forgot.
—other parties in opposition to Blair. This, of course, includes Felix. His legal invoices will also be posted alongside mine as this case progresses. If Blair declines my offer in the outro—
Okay, so here we go. We're talking about the offer here. I alluded to this. Oz alluded to this. Right, Oz has a proposal. Speaking of negotiations, right? Oz has a proposal of how to potentially end all of this bullshit for good. Whether or not Blair will take him up on it, that's another question.
To this. Here we are. The outro, per se. As I mentioned earlier, I'm making Blair an offer, publicly, to put an end to this. To any questions beforehand regarding the new GoFundMe, if Blair does accept this offer, I will be refunding it in full, as I only plan to utilize that funding if she decides the lawsuit will be moving forward. Because of this, however, this does mean that for the next month, I'm on the hook for my own legal bills, and as of today, this is going to be a rough month, as this one's out of pocket, so it looks like it's the mini-wheats diet for me. If this lawsuit continues, I know that on my end, I could be looking at anywhere from $4,000 to possibly $10,000 monthly, as seen by this invoice for the last 2 weeks. The reason for this—
chat, from what I can tell, Blair has not agreed, has not agreed to the offer yet.
Potential settlement offer.
Now, this only came down yesterday. This is about 24 hours old of a video. It's on a weekend, so yeah, there's a chance that maybe on Monday or sometime soon, Blair might agree. But as of now, it looks like nothing's happened.
Is that I'm not thrilled at the idea of spending a majority of my 20s, possibly the next 2 years, stuck in legal litigation in opposition to Blair. I just want to be able to live my life. The stress from the lawsuit, the foreclosure, it feels nearly never ending, and I'm tired of waking up in the middle of the night, stressed with chest pain and dread. I'm tired of dreading every email notification. The legal system is exhausting. But while the legal and foreclosure stress have been very present and constant in my life, even with the foreclosure ending in December, it's not the only reason I'm considering this potential settlement agreement. In my personal life, there is an ongoing source of both grief and stress and factors that I'm still trying to process and have been unable to process because of everything going on around me. With keeping details sparse out of respect for my partner and with their approval, we've had to deal with the heartbreak of a miscarriage throughout all of this. Its occurrence was unexpected, and because of the day-to-day stress of the lawsuit, we've been unable to process, heal, and move forward from this loss. We've had to shelve these emotions and push forward, and it's been hard on both of us, and I just want the opportunity to heal with my partner in peace. And which is why I'm even considering giving Blair this settlement. I ask that you respect my privacy of myself and my partner until such a time that we are comfortable making details known. I'm not doing this for Blair. I'm doing this for my partner and I's future. If Blair doesn't accept the following offer, let alone negotiate, so be it. I have no problem with continuing forward. I have no problem with continuing to pursue this until the end, as I do not fear the outcome of the case, especially after the judge's recent orders. More on that if/when part 2 is released.
Wait, okay, so wait, okay, that's confusing.
Pursue this until the end, as I do not fear the outcome of the case, especially after the judge's recent orders. More on that if/when part 2.
Okay, so maybe we just haven't heard about these judge's orders, because like what we're seeing at the moment is essentially the judge agreeing to include any allegations unless they are just like completely out of pocket, unless there is just like, no, that's like unless there's proof that they're just like, completely spurious, right? The judge, at this point, at this early point in the legal proceedings, the judge is, and this is according to the law, not because the judge is a super meanie butt, right? But the judge is just, not dismissing any of the individual points that Blair is adding on, unless they are, like I said, completely out of pocket. But I guess it sounds like that there's more that we haven't heard yet, and that this would be part of a part 2 potentially.
Was released.
But that part 2 maybe not necessary if Blair sees this and agrees.
My settlement to you, Blair, would allow you to follow the morals that your channel has advocated for, or in your words, be dedicated to upholding your channel's values and delivering on your commitments, or as this handy video you uploaded a week before you sent out cease and desist states.
When something as horrible as this happens, people always come out and admit fault and tell the horrifying truth of their continued negligence and malpractice, right? Yeah, you're right, that never happens. What am I thinking? Instead, they usually do their best to hide everything and blame anyone but themselves, and wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happened here too.
My settlement offer is for you to drop the lawsuit, for all parties involved. Even Wonder, with prejudice. I won't file counterclaims and would no longer be required to upload the second part to this video. And what do you get? A chance to prove your side of the story, or even take accountability for your actions. If you proceed with this
So
lawsuit...
do you see what this is? This is Oz saying, Blair, put up or shut up. Right? Blair basically signaled that her team was working on her response. She posted this on Twitter. She posted this on her community post, right? That her response was coming and she was going to do it right. And she was going to, do it thoroughly. And that there was the aspects of her side of the story that people were not taking into consideration, right? Now, obviously I can't imagine what Blair would actually share that would change the mind of the majority of YouTube, who's, already made up her mind, that would change the minds of the subs from Illuminaughtii that have already left, the people that are mad and that they want justice for the members of Sad Milk. Like, I can't imagine what that would be. But if Blair's got it, then Oz is willing to, what is this, like, get a like a neutral third party to hear her, to give her a chance to be heard out, or to give her a chance to apologize, right? And like, these are two things that yeah, I don't know, like if she had like, right, like it's put up or shut up. It's put up or shut up is what this is, or say I'm sorry. And that's the only thing that has a chance. So Blair is Blair has a financial advantage and therefore a legal advantage, right? Oz is right now raising funds and has been successful in raising funds in the past based on the fact that people, are aware of the situation and they're mad at what Blair's doing, right? So Oz can, take this forward. He says that he's confident in the outcome of the case, so he's fine either way, but I think would prefer not to have to constantly be looking at his email for the next like legal email that comes in or whatever, and to just kind of be out and to be able to deal with some stuff that he hasn't been able to, deal with, right? And so this is an offer to give Blair the one thing that might have some chance of affecting the outcome in the court of public opinion, because that's the other court that's important to content creators like Blair. Is it the reason that she can't move forward with her channel Illuminaughtii, the reason that any attempt that she makes to start another channel in which she is associated with is going to be more difficult, is because of this baggage that she now carries, right? And if there really is a side to, that we haven't seen, she's got the chance to put up, or if she wants to admit fault and back away from this, then there's the not shut up, but like the say I'm sorry option, which might eventually allow her to move forward, right? Because otherwise, what Oz is saying is that he's confident that he will win in both courts. In the court, he's already won in the court of public opinion, and he seems to think that with the funding, the appropriate funding to be able to procure legal services, that he will eventually prevail in the courts proper as well. So he's offering Blair an out.
By the time that it's done, especially with what's left of the judge's order, there would be no platform for you to return to, as you still need to answer for not just me, but for everyone else you've harmed on this platform. It would be difficult to return to a platform with a label that you hypocritically participated in the very business tactics that you've reported to be in opposition of for the past 4 years. I'm offering you a chance to clear your name on a third-party neutral platform. Think of it as a conversation. Rather than use the corporate tactic of bullying those who speak out against you, why not prove you're different from them? You've previously stated that you feel as though you dumb down your language too much and you allow people to fill in the gaps that don't actually exist. So here's your chance. Prove everyone wrong. If you're interested in going the route of proving publicly why you're in the right, to argue for your platform's right to existence, a discussion where all topics would of course need to be known by both parties beforehand. A lawsuit that'll drag on for the next few years will not clear your name like you hope. If anything, it has only further damaged your reputation, Blair, especially because you're suing the two parties who have publicly said the least. And I know you know this. No PR firm in the world could save you if you continue this lawsuit. Even if you did win, from what I've seen, you would just be seen as a bully who abused the legal system. You could also use this opportunity that I would be giving you to take accountability. The rough outline that I'm proposing, and I am open to negotiations on these terms within reason. Plaintiff must dismiss all claims against all parties with prejudice once amicable terms are set forth. Plaintiff and myself will agree on a third party who we both independently trust to host a fair conversation. Their responsibility will be to ensure that each person is not spoken over and is given a chance to clear their mind. Plaintiffs may also take this time to take accountability for their actions instead if they wish. Legal fees of either party will not be sought out, and this will be taken for the loss that it is. I can provide no personal guarantee in either circumstance that you, Blair, would be able to repair your public image or reputation. That is up to you. However, I am giving you the opportunity that your lawsuit will most certainly not. I would be open to additional terms being presented within reason. This settlement offer must be accepted, if at all, by a communication in writing delivered to my lawyer not later than the end of office hours June 7th, or it will be withdrawn without further notice.
Okay, so June 7th, we are talking about Friday.
If my lawyer does not receive a response by the end of office hours on June 7th, I will assume that you've declined this offer, and I will proceed as planned with legal proceedings. We are open to negotiations within reason. I am only giving Blair this settlement offer because of the events which have occurred in my private life. If she declines, so be it. I have no qualms with proceeding with part 2.
And there we have it. That is the bottom line from Oz Media. I would never agree to this if I were Illuminaughtii. I'm not entirely sure. Can anybody explain what exactly Oz is offering? It sounds like so the Illuminaughtii drops the lawsuits, doesn't seek doesn't seek legal costs or anything like that, right? So the lawsuits stop, and then they agree on a neutral party that will host a conversation. Is a public debate? Is that what it is? I couldn't tell if he was talking about in public or in private. That's what's got me kind of confused. 40% of Israelis advocate for Israel to assume control over Gaza. Following this conflict, only 19% of Israelis believe IDFs. So yeah, there's a proposal for a governmental alternative to Hamas. We will bring in other forces during his visit. Far-right ministers in the Knesset coalition have threatened again to topple the government if it ends the war in Gaza. He said a live chat on stream. So that's what he's talking about? Wait, how did I miss that? How did I miss that this was going to be public? I just couldn't. It didn't sound like he said anything about that, but maybe he did. To be honest, I couldn't understand that. I think it's more of an offer to drop the case in case she loses. Yeah, ambiguous terms for mediation outside of court. Think about it as a conversation. Yeah, I just didn't hear any like that's what I was wondering is would it be public or private? If it's private, why not settle through lawyers? Well, here's the deal. Like, settling it through lawyers, even if Illuminaughtii won, unless there was some kind of massive, revelation found through discovery, right? Unless there's just something that's just completely not even on anybody's radar that is confirmed through discovery, it's not going to help her reputation. And if what she wants to do is to move on with content in a way that acknowledges her previous career and gives her credit, right? Her whole brand is in rubble at this point. Like, any project that is acknowledgeably connected to that is connected to Blair's name is gonna be doomed from the get-go. So she can either try to continue some sort of YouTube project, sort of keeping herself behind the scenes and keeping her involvement hidden, which might be difficult, and again, if it's found out, then like whatever she's working on is gonna crash and burn too, or potentially be seen as but again, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that even this, and I have a hard time imagining her brand being restored in any way, even with a full apology. Oh no, what is this, News Nation?
With some breaking news that we've got here into our newsroom just moments ago, Israeli officials, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted the ceasefire proposal put forth by President Biden. Again, we learned that within the last hour. While I've got you here, your reaction to that?
Well, I'm not surprised. He's under incredible political pressure back home. Netanyahu is. What I'm concerned about, of course, is the hostages. They should be released. That was the agreement. I believe that is part of this agreement, that if there will be a ceasefire if the hostages are released. And I honestly don't see how that can even happen, because I think some of them are dead. I don't think they know where some of the kids are. They've been traded around a lot. And the ones who are alive, they're not really sure where some of them are. So it'll be interesting to see how this unfolds.
We also learned yesterday that Netanyahu reportedly accepted an agreement, or an invitation, I should say, to speak with U.S. Congress. When that conversation happens, what are you hoping to hear from him?
Well, I've supported his efforts. They were attacked, and Israelis were brutally murdered, raped, and just, it was medieval, some of the things they did. Little children shot. It's just incredible. So
great job picking your guest, News Nation. What exactly is News Nation?
I hope that we continue to support him in his efforts.
Like, when I see it, I think Newsmax. Like, I feel like they need to get their branding straight. Like, whatever they are they like an actual network that's also online, or
And I hope that there is no way, shape, form, or fashion that this president allows American troops on the ground over there, because I think that would hinder Netanyahu and get our folks killed under our very weak rules of engagement as we saw in Afghanistan and that complete failure when we pulled out of there.
A lot to watch there as well. I do want to get your take on another story, of course, that we're following here. Hunter Biden, his gun case.
Hunter Biden. Let's cover the Hunter Biden. Yeah, so thanks for like telling me what the fuck News Nation is. We got, well, I don't know, BBC. I should probably avoid BBC.
urging both sides to accept the proposal. Qatar, Egypt and the United States are calling on them to finalize the proposed agreement, saying that these principles brought the demands of all parties together in a deal that serves multiple interests and will bring immediate relief to the long-suffering people of Gaza and the long-suffering hostages and their families. Then goes on to say that the deal offers a roadmap for a permanent ceasefire and an ending of the crisis.
While thousands of others backed the Palestinians from Karachi. In Israel, an aide to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed on Sunday that it had accepted a framework deal for winding down the Gaza war now being advanced by U.S. President Joe Biden. In an interview with Britain's Sunday Times, Netanyahu's chief foreign policy advisor Ophir Falk said Biden's proposal was a deal we agreed to. It's not a good deal, but we dearly want the hostages released, all of them. Biden said the first phase entails a truce and the return of some hostages held by Hamas, after which the sides would negotiate on an open-ended cessation of hostilities for a second phase, in which remaining
Bengaviras saying the army should give weapons purchased by the U.S. Aid to settlers in the West Bank.
live captives would go free.
במקביל לפעולה הצבאית החשובה הזאת.
Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant said on Sunday that Israel would not accept Hamas continuing to rule Gaza at any stage during the process to wind down the war, and that it was examining alternatives to the Islamist group.
So that's what I'm like wondering about. Like, what is this? The alternatives thing is like, it sounds like occupation, right?
Hamas has provisionally welcomed the Biden initiative, though a senior official from the group, Sami Abu Zuri, said on Sunday that Hamas is too big to be bypassed or sidelined by Netanyahu or Biden. White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby.
If he wants to end this, just do a plea deal. Okay, so it's not a criminal proceedings. It's not a criminal proceeding. There wouldn't be a plea deal. I'm assuming, Jules, you're saying that Illuminaughtii or Oz Media should accept the terms that the settlement terms that Illuminaughtii has offered. He kind of threw cold water on that in this video, though.
He told ABC News Sunday that if Hamas agrees to the deal to end the Gaza war, the U.S. expects Israel to also accept the plan. The war began October 7th when Hamas fighters stormed across the border fence into Israel, killing 1,200 people and taking more than 250 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. In the ensuing Israeli assault that has laid waste to much of the impoverished and besieged coastal enclave, more than 36,000 Palestinians have been killed, Gaza medical officials say. Israel says 290 of its troops have died in the fighting.
Well, Hamas spokesperson Osama Hamdan says the group hasn't yet received the proposal announced by President Biden on Friday.
We have not received anything written, and based on our experience, what is verbally said is not what is usually documented. That is why we are ready to study any document.
So this is a video that got posted 10 hours ago, probably before the agreement provisionally was made, before it was accepted by Netanyahu. This is speaking more about the Israeli war cabinet and potentially compromising.
The details. However, what is being broadcast in the media reflects positivity. We can see that people are conscious that the continuous war and the killing of our people will not make us lose our steadfastness. So there were a lot of positive elements. However, we need to see it documented on a piece.
Well, I mean, yeah, it would renew harassment against her. I mean, essentially, there's going to be another round, right? And it's because of the legal proceedings that she has initiated against Oz Media, a Sad Milk mod named Felix the Kit Kat, and potentially Wonder. We don't know if Wonder is in or out, but it looks like it's going forward against Oz Media and Felix, and potentially Wonder as well. Right now, Oz Media is doing a fundraiser, like a GoFundMe for legal funds to fight back against the legal action, and those legal funds would be available for Wonder as well if Wonder ends up being included in the lawsuit. The click is probably not going to be included in the lawsuit based on him being in Sweden. That's probably not gonna. It doesn't look like Blair's going after anybody either, with the means to fight back, or that's going to be a heavy lift in terms of like a transnational case. But yeah, proceeding against Oz Media and against potentially against Oz Media and Felix, and potentially against Wonder.
That should be sent to us.
Well, just a reminder, the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel, which is why Imran Khan joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. And the Israeli war cabinet is due to meet in the next couple of hours, so we may have a clearer idea on Israel's position.
Well, I think the operative word there is may. Let's see what that war cabinet meeting actually does. Now, remember, this is the regular war cabinet meeting. It wasn't an emergency session that was convened in the light of the US president's proposal. But the war cabinet is divided. You have Benny Gantz and you have the defense minister. You have Gallant, who have long been talking about a plan for the day after. Now, Benny Gantz has reacted to Israel, to the US president's proposal. He says it needs to be studied. It needs to be looked at. He's effectively hedging his bets. We have a Netanyahu aide who has been speaking publicly. He says, look, it's a bad deal, but it's something that we do need to take seriously. So if there was a crystal ball, and if political analysts had access to that crystal ball, they'd probably be talking about some sort of compromise deal that allows them to accept what the US President Joe Biden proposed, even though he framed it as an Israeli proposal. So maybe that will be that they will agree to the first phase of that. And then they say, if that goes well, then we'll do the second, then we'll do the third. But they won't agree to all three phases at once. Remember, Israel's position from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is absolutely clear. No permanent.
So I do think, and I think maybe this is important. I need to say this first before I just give a bit of a brief explanation of this, right? The EFF was founded in 2013 and contested the first elections, the general elections, the following year in 2014. Now, the EFF was established by the former leader of the ANC Youth League, Julius Malema, and other leaders of the ANC Youth League, Floyd Shivambu, and so on. Now, we must understand that when the EFF was founded, it was founded on a principle of what it calls 7 cardinal pillars. Those 7 cardinal pillars are a direct regurgitation of conference resolution resolutions of the 24th National Congress of the ANC Youth League. And it also champions, it speaks about championing of the Freedom Charter. Now, these are ANC foundational literature, really. The MK party, unfortunately, I mean, I do agree with Monty that there are some personality issues, but insofar as really concretizing its ideological standpoint and policy standpoint
of Europe's colonial thinking. However, after decades of dispossession, war, and apartheid,
seal of approval, passing a resolution that explicitly equates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. It's a conflation that continues to echo through the halls of power and newsrooms of Western capitals, confusing audiences and
Sorry, chat. I thought that maybe Al Jazeera would be covering this. They're talking about some South Africa news.
Anti-Zionism. If what you mean by anti-Zionism is that Israel never should have been invented in the first place, I think that's historically lazy, and I think it's a mistake. I think Israel should have been created. I think the Zionist movement should have happened. But do I think you're being anti-Semitic? I don't really see the connection.
Anti-Semitism is the hatred of Jews because they are Jews. Anti-Zionism is not about Jews, it's about Israel and its policies. And this is a very dangerous trend.
Anyway, yeah, this is about Zionism. I gathered that. But yeah, I don't know what kind of live feed this is. I'm guessing it's not, you know what I mean? You can have like a live feed and it be like you're showing content that's like pre-recorded. I'm guessing that's what this is because they're is this the are they talking about, no, they're still talking about, this is South Africa. Looping pre-recorded stuff, yeah, I figured. Anyway, I'm going to acknowledge that ContraPoints won the poll. However, we are not hitting the numbers that we need to do a second segment. So, I hope you've gotten maybe kind of used to those. That depends on like a certain level of support coming in, and since it didn't happen today, I'm gonna have to end the stream now. Thank you, everybody. I'll try to cover ContraPoints and RGR when I can, but yeah, the last this is like the last that Al Jazeera was posting about this was talking about the War Cabinet discussing the ceasefire proposal from Biden. But yeah, I will say, I will give, if anybody wants to resurrect, if anyone wants to try to rescue the ContraPoints segment, I'll give a couple of minutes to that. But other than that, I should probably be working on projects.
Thank you for joining us. It's 18 GMT, 6 p.m. in Gaza. In the coming hours, a deeply divided Israeli war cabinet will discuss the latest proposal to end the war on Gaza, a plan the U.S. president has said was proposed by Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right ministers have threatened to bring down the government if he agrees to the deal. In Cairo, meanwhile, Egypt has told Israel that it must withdraw from the Rafah crossing for it to operate again, according to Egyptian media. Israel took control of the Palestinian side of the border several weeks ago. Here's why reopening that crossing is so important. No life-saving aid has entered through the border in weeks. Famine is taking hold, and life-saving medical and food supplies are running low. Hundreds of trucks are stuck on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing, and the food they are carrying is rotting in the summer heat. Now, let's find out what's happening with the Rafah crossing, which has been shut, as we've been reporting. Sarah Khairat joins us now live from Amman, Jordan. She's reporting from Amman because Israel, as you know, has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from within Israel. So these talks, Sarah, in Egypt about reopening this vital crossing, Rafah, the meeting, I understand, has now ended. What's come out of it?
That's right. Egyptian local media source, which has very close connections with the Egyptian authorities, is reporting that Egypt has said that it won't be opening the Rafah crossing as long as Israel remains there. It says that it must completely withdraw from that Philadelphia corridor and return Palestinians to be able to rule that side of the border. Let me just give you a quick description of what the Philadelphia crossing corridor is. It's 14 kilometers long. It's known as a buffer zone between Egypt and the Gaza Strip. The Egyptians on one side and the Palestinians manning it on the other side. It was part of a Camp David agreement back in the 1970s, and then in 2005 it was established that that was a completely demilitarized zone. Now, when Israel decided to start its offensive in Rafah a few weeks ago, it took over that corridor completely. Probably about a week ago, they said that they had full operational control of it. They've gotten rid of Hamas in that area, and this is the problem that the Egyptians have. Not only that, it was only under the US convincing the Egyptians to allow aid to come across. Otherwise, those aid trucks had been stuck at that border for a very long time. But this is Egypt showing that it's not happy about this situation at all.
So no change in the status of the Rafah crossing. The border will remain closed, Sarah. Another meeting that's happening today is that of the Israeli cabinet. Divisions among the war cabinet members about the way forward and how they respond to the latest.
This is what makes the assertions that that this is a humanitarian crisis, a humanitarian disaster, a humanitarian accident so hard to believe. And it's not just this, like the idea of food that could be eaten by starving people rotting in the fucking summer sun because of the crossing being taken over, the amounts of food, the supply trucks that have been attacked in by Israelis, right? Like it's just like there's so many examples, and they keep on trying to play like, oh, geez, is that well, geez, that really sucked that Hamas did that thing and forced our hand to do this, and we oh, geez, are people hungry? Are they starving? Oh, that's really too bad. That's a real tragedy. It's not a fucking tragedy. It's a human rights violation. It's a war crime.
Ceasefire proposal. What can we expect from this meeting, Sarah?
That's right, Folly. Sundays, you'll usually have a war cabinet meeting. That's nothing unique. But what makes it different today is that they will clearly be discussing this proposed plan that the US administration, including the president himself, put forward just a couple of days ago. Well, before this meeting, you've had the defense minister.
It feels like food is being used as another vector to attack the Palestinian people. It feels like rather than like the concept that they're presenting, which is like we're going after Hamas and the Palestinian people are just kind of getting in the way, or Hamas is like using them, right. It's just like, I feel like the excuse of a Hamas is being used as an excuse to attack the Palestinian people. I feel like the excuses when it comes to aid are being used as an attempt to also attack them, via, denying them.
Saying they're already discussing getting rid of who is the next person that's going to govern the Gaza Strip. So they're already said that they're looking into that, but also adding that they will not end the fighting until they get rid of Hamas's capabilities fully, not just in terms.
And then I don't even know what's proposed in terms of this peace plan, but it sounds more like occupation.
Of arms or military wise, but also in terms of not being able to govern the Gaza Strip any longer. But the problem that has been faced here is that some of those in the war cabinet have had a major issue. Benny Gantz, for example, giving a deadline of June the 8th, saying to Netanyahu, you need to find out what your next plan is. You need to share this plan. We have to know what we're doing next. And if you don't, we will pull out of this government. And then you also have people like Itamar Ben-Gvir, that's the national security minister, absolutely furious yesterday, tweeting as soon as he can about this latest deal, saying that it is an absolute no-go. He's absolutely furious and has threatened him and Bezalel Smotrich. They did this around the same time, probably in coordination, for both their parties to pull out of this government. Why does that matter? Because if this government is dissolved, this will be problematic for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's holding onto that power as much as he can, and families of those captives are accusing him of putting his political interests first.
Sarah, thank you very much. Sarah Hayrat live there in Amman, Jordan, because, again, the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from inside Israel. Let's cross over to Washington, D.C. now, and Shihab Ratanzi. Shihab, what's the latest response from the Americans to the ceasefire proposal? They insist that this was an Israeli plan.
Okay, so I'm a little bit confused here.
Well, I think that was always...
So this isn't what Biden was proposing?
Part of the diplomatic dance that we get in these negotiations. Clearly, this was the result of the negotiations of the CIA director from the USA, Egypt, Qatar, Israel, Hamas. And we were told by a senior administration official on Friday that this is basically the same plan that was on offer a few weeks ago, which Hamas had accepted and which at the last minute Israel reneged upon. And at the time, it really seemed like both Israel and, frankly, the White House had left Bill Burns, their own CIA director, out to dry, although the Egyptians were blamed and so on. And now this time the White House has put its foot down. We need agreement on this deal. We were told that there are a few modifications in the deal. So whether that now means that this is an Israeli proposal, maybe that's what they're trying to wiggle through. But it was always a phased deal. And so Biden made his speech, but they never published what the deal was, this 4.5-page document. So there was some confusion. But only the first phase has really been agreed upon. The rest of it hasn't been agreed upon, which is why what Netanyahu says and what Biden says can seem like they're divergent, even as theoretically they're both agreeing on the deal. But this is how John Kirby, the national security spokesperson, was trying to clear it all up on the Sunday talk shows.
Well, it is an Israeli proposal, one that they arrived at after intense diplomacy with our own national security team and over at the State Department. It is a phased approach, George. So where we are right now is that proposal, an Israeli proposal, has been given to Hamas. It was done on Thursday night, our time. We're waiting for an official response from Hamas. We would note that publicly, Hamas officials came out and welcomed this proposal. And so what would we hope would happen is they would agree to start phase one as soon as possible.
So, I mean, in the end, though, what we are seeing now is the White House is putting its foot down. All this stuff about Hamas's future, where there seems to be divergent noises from Netanyahu, are one thing. But in the end, this is all about what Biden needs right now. And he needs sometime in the near future some kind of temporary pause. That is what the Israelis have agreed to, a 6-week pause, which will then be rolled over as negotiations continue into, for example, the future of Hamas. So that's what they're pushing for. That's been agreed upon. But that's why you can still there's still room for that debate about future phase 2, phase 3. Who knows about phase 2, phase 3? Biden may not even be in office. But all that White House is concerned about is that phase 1, that 6-week temporary pause that can be renewed.
Now, meanwhile, Netanyahu, Shihab, has been invited to speak to the U.S. Congress, but it seems that in Washington, not everyone is happy about this.
Senator Bernie Sanders released a statement saying Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal. He should not be invited to address a joint meeting of Congress. I certainly will not attend. But we've heard ever since the Republicans issued this invitation to Netanyahu, clearly in an attempt to bring out the divisions in the Democratic Party, that there was much hand-wringing and discomfort amongst the Democrats. Should we attend? Should we boycott? But what we know, certainly in the Senate, is that in the end they all get on board, despite all their expressions of discomfort about the alleged genocide in Gaza.
Alleged genocide. What the fuck? What a way to say that.
Only 2 Democrats.
I'm sorry. That just
one independent voted against the last Israeli arms shipment in the Senate, 1 independent, Bernie Sanders, and then 2 Democrats. So in the end, they're very likely to attend. Where we might see more discontent being expressed, maybe with boycotts, is in the House, where 37 Democrats voted against the latest aid package and are indeed very vocal, like Rashida Tlaib, for example, Palestinian American herself. So I think there we might see some more boycotting. But in the end, though, Congress, they talk a good talk, but they all end up towing the line.
All right, Shihab, thank you for that. Shihab Ratanzi live there in Washington, D.C.
Special kind of normal.
To get the latest news from.
Thank you for the Twitch sub. Okay, so yeah, no, I'm not trying to. Sorry, chat. I see what you're saying. Look, I'm not trying to freaking. I don't want to be pulling teeth here, right? If donos happen organically to a certain degree, then we can do like 2 segments. Otherwise, I'm happy to offer, you 1 segment. And if something comes up like this, which looks like something is finally happening in Gaza, some like this is more than we've gotten before from the Israeli government, I'll cover that as well. But yeah, it's kind of the thing. If they happen organically, that's great. Again, that is, any amount that you donate through super chats, through super stickers, through becoming a member on YouTube or gifting membership, or obviously Patreon or Throne or anything like that, I count and tabulate towards the total. It's supposed to be a second fun thing that chat gets to decide, and I'm sort of weighing the popular vote against the will of the donors in a way that's hopefully kind of fun, in a way that's hopefully like a little bit of a horse race, a little bit of a fun thing. I don't ever want to make this feel like like a burden on anybody, or like a punishment of not getting 6 hours if the goal is not met or anything like that. But yeah, I do appreciate those who donate. It's the way that I'm able to come to you. It's what keeps this stream alive, frankly. So yeah, much appreciation to everybody that's contributed. And but I just don't want to. I don't want like one person like taking it all on themselves and being like giving money that they don't have. That's the last thing that I want. So like this is just if it happens, that's cool. We get to do an extra segment. If not, it is no biggie. And
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agrees to a ceasefire deal advanced by U.S. President Joe Biden. An aide to Netanyahu told Britain's Sunday Times Israel has accepted Biden's framework deal for winding down the Gaza war, though he describes it as flawed and in need of much work. Biden's three-phase plan entails a truce and return of some hostages held by Hamas, after which the sides would negotiate an open-ended cessation of hostilities in a second phase that would also see the release of the remaining captives.
Where we are right now is that proposal, an Israeli proposal, has been given to Hamas. It was done on Thursday night, our time. We're waiting for an official response from Hamas. We would note that publicly, Hamas officials came out and welcomed this proposal. This was an Israeli proposal. We have every expectation that if Hamas agrees to the proposal, as was transmitted to them, an Israeli proposal, that Israel would say yes.
A senior minister says Israel would not accept Hamas continuing to rule Gaza at any stage during the process to wind down the war. The sequencing of Biden's three-phase plan appears to imply that Hamas could or would continue to play a role which goes against Israel's aim of eliminating the militant group.
Well, here's the deal. You didn't eliminate the militant group. You're not going to eliminate the militant group. And what you are afraid of is not Hamas, but is resistance in any form, And when you bomb a country again and again, when you bomb an area again and again, after turning it into an open air prison, inflicting massive amounts of suffering on people in a vindictive way to try to force them to move the fuck out of there, you can't expect anything other than resistance. You can't expect popular support. So, do you believe in democracy? Do you believe in the people ruling themselves? In which case, the continued action of Israel on Gaza is going to result in resistance being the choice of the people. Or are you an actual partner for peace? Or do you believe in an actual settlement and moving forward? Because the Palestinian people have been jerked around on this for a long fucking time. And so many agreements have already been broken. It's hard to imagine, trust being rebuilt. It's so frustrating the way that they're trying to run this of like, oh yeah, let's do a peace negotiation, but expecting something other than a resistance, like organization to be the choice of the people.
Israeli Defense Chief Yoav Gallant says,
like, Israel is very much responsible for the fact that Hamas was the won a plurality back in 2006, the last time there were actually elections held in Gaza.
They are examining alternatives to Hamas, but did not elaborate. Israel's war cabinet is expected
alternatives to Hamas. What the fuck does that?
Later in the day.
Because here's the thing, right? Just like the negotiations with Arafat, just like the deal that Arafat was offered was a poison pill. It was a deal that would have resulted in the withdrawal of trust in him by the Palestinian people were he to have accepted it. Like, you can't ask somebody to sign a deal that's essentially a betrayal of their people. They're going to negotiate for the Palestinian people, and then the deal that is offered is a deal with a huge poison pill in it. And that's what opened the door for...
Hamas has provisionally welcomed the initiative, but has given no indication it might step aside or disarm voluntarily. We begin with the first ever visit of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the Philippines. Zelensky reportedly arrived in Manila.
Okay, anyway, yeah, I don't even know what this is. ANC's rundown. What is this news outlet? Have not heard of them before. Yeah, chat, maybe it's better that I don't do a segment anyway. I'm just not feeling great. Like, I was kind of a little excited when I heard that like something had happened, and you know, now that I'm getting details on it, just sounds like more of the same. But anyway, yeah, the way that this works is that like I try to offer a second segment of content that is you know, the choice of the people. That's why we do the polls in both chats, and then I try to take into consideration the donors. But yeah, it's just not something that I can. BV serves eviction notice USA as sheriff. But anyway, like, yeah, you know, if you want to contribute to that goal, you can do so with super chats, super stickers, with by getting yourself a membership or gifting others memberships. You can do it over on Twitch with subs. You can do it with gift subs. You can do it with bits. Any of these ways helps. I will also count things like Patreon and throw in donations towards that too. And again, I want this to be like an organic sort of thing. Rather than a feeling of like pulling teeth or me trying to like extract like a certain amount of value or anything like that. So, you know, if you are interested in what's on the menu for the second half, just make sure to contribute to that so that we can get to that. But don't worry, like if something gets voted for, and then I'll take that into consideration, and it'll very likely come up as content in the future, because I also use these polls to see what you are interested in, because I want to have like I'm just trying to have like a segment that is like viewer generated, and you know, that people get to have a little fun with. So I want to make this fun. I don't want to make this a burden. I don't want to make this like a sad thing if we don't hit the goals. You know, shit happens, and times are tough. Times are tough for me too. But appreciation to everybody out there for all your support, including the thumb gang, right? I appreciate those thumbs, because those thumbs help me out quite a bit. But yeah, I gotta cut it at this point. I gotta cut my losses for today. But much love to everybody, and I'll see you again, I think,